Georgia College Bobcats. Going through these starting lineups real quick. Starting with the visitors, leading off second baseman, that'll be number 6, Gentry. For Georgia College, Young, the shortstop, bats second. Hill out in center field will bat third. Mendelinger, the third baseman, bats fourth. Moore, the right fielder, will bat fifth. Chester, the left fielder, bats sixth. Bellflower, first baseman, bats seventh. White, the DH, bats eighth. And Holloway, the catcher, bats ninth. Number 25, that being Jacob Hester, lefty, redshirt sophomore from Marietta, Georgia, transfer from Mercer University, will be on the mound for the Bobcats. For the Bearcats, we'll go through the defensive lineup first. Mike Fitchkin, first baseman. Ward Betts over at second. Ethan Wilder has nestled comfortably in at the shortstop position. Mason Streeter over at third. Roy Glennon, fielder. And over in right, Bradley Davis behind the dish, and Jack Fox, your starting pitcher for the Bearcats. Graduate student, a righty, making his way all the way from Los Angeles, California, transfer from D3 Emerson, located in Boston, Massachusetts. As Fox kicks and fires. Fox fires the first pitch into Young. That'll be ball one. Lander defeating these Bobcats 9-4 as a swing and a miss outside changeup, even count of 1-1. Plethora of games between Lander and Georgia College, as both the men's and women's tennis teams facing the Bobcats here at the Jeff May Athletic Complex. Fox fires an inside. Another fastball from Fox. This one good for strike one. Another pitch, breaking ball inside, lifted out to deep
matchup bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for the bottom of the first. Hunter Julius, Turner Kirby with the call. As Bo Ritchie leading off for Lander. He'll dig in on the right side. Jacob Hester, sophomore.
Center fielder number 23, Bo Ritchie.
Starting pitcher for Georgia College. 8 appearances, 3 starts coming into this. He's 0-1. He's only dealt 18 in 2/3 innings of work. First pitch, he fired. And the count begins 0-1.
You talked about how Marshall Thompson threw a complete game, but Huggins from Georgia College yesterday gave up 9 runs and still ended up pitching 7 innings and only had to be pulled out for that last inning in the 8th where that Georgia College pitched.
Lander did most of their damage in the first 3 innings, scoring 8 of their 9 runs. Inside high delivery, Bo Ritchie takes a hack at it, foul tips it into the mid of Holloway, and the count moves to 0-2. 27 hits allowed so far for Hester. 15 runs, 12 earned. He's walked 5, struck out 14. K9 ratio of 6.75. Outside delivery, Ritchie leaves it alone. Count now 1-2. Hester letting up 4 home runs, the ERA of 5.79 coming into this contest. One-two pitch, bouncing ball down the third baseline. Ritchie 2 for 4 in yesterday's contest between the two. A high pitch, 2-2 count. 3 RBI, walked once, was stranded on base once as well. Had himself a triple absolute blast that bounced off deep center field. Was able to bring a couple runs in the process. It's now tied for the team lead with 3 triples. As he said,
Hitters were all over Huggins, and every single hit seemed like it was a hard hit ball. Even if it was a pop-up, it seemed like it was going 3/4 of the way through the outfield and being caught. And just solid contact all around by Landry yesterday.
check swing pitch from Fitchkin goes foul, screaming down the first baseline. Obviously, the Bearcats in the first 3 innings got a home run from Glanton, team high 11. Three runs came across in the second, and 3 coming in the fourth. Low fastball, Fitchkin. Good eye. Count goes even 1-1. Bearcats 9 runs on 11 hits. Couple other notable performances, Bradley Davis, 3 hits, 3 RBI, came around to score once himself.
That was a good game for Bradley Davis. He's only been averaging about 1 hit for the last.
Great success as of late with the bat. He went 2 for 4. Had an RBI, came home to score himself. Glanton will take the first pitch for a strike.
But you saw yesterday in the first inning the type of power that Glanton has. He just demolished that baseball to left field.
Hester taking his time. Lefty fires the outside delivery. Count is even 1-1. One pitch. Inside. Glanton able to muscle it down the right field line, but that quickly going foul and out of play. Lander hitting .500 overall. They're now 15-15. Stopped a 7-game losing streak with the win yesterday. A hard hit ball, but it's going to find itself laced into the mid of the second baseman, Gentry. And that does it for the first. Both teams unable to score. No runs, no hits for either side. Scoreless 3-1. Top of the second now. Jack Fox kicks and fires first pitch. Looked in for strike 1. As Benlinger, the utility redshirt sophomore, first at bat. Fox going to the outside now, and the count is 0-2. High fastball out of the zone, ball 1. 11 appearances so far for Fox. Graduate transfer. 1 start this season Also has a save under his belt. 32 and 2/3 innings of work. 31 hits led up as he drops a breaking ball, lifted out to deep right field. Harold going back. He's going to watch it drop in the corner. Menlinger rounding first, going to second, now to third, but he'll quickly hold up as the throw rocketed into the infield. Leadoff double.
Fox left that one hanging just a little bit, and he was able to get under and elevate it to right field.
Balin Moore, outfielder from Albany, Georgia. Next up, Bobcats with a runner in scoring position. Moore appearing in 19 games, 60 at-bats. Takes the first pitch high above the zone for ball one. "13 times coming around to score, 22 hits, 7 doubles, 1 home run. Is a fastball that will be looked in. Count goes even, 1-1.
We talked last week about how deep of a lineup Young Harris have with a bunch of their hitters hitting over 300. Georgia College has 3 of their own, and they're batting almost 300 as a team.
Fox looking back at second, fires the next pitch, a fastball. Moore not biting, count now 2-1. This being a Georgia College team that at one point was ranked the number 8 team in the nation. If you kind of look at the schedule and how both teams have performed and really start to get to know them, another fastball from Fox, count 3-1. They start to look quite similar in a way too. Two teams that they're not bad teams. They've had chances to have better records than what they have now and just haven't been able to execute. Fox peering back at second. Menlinger dancing back and forth as a fly ball hit out to center field. Ritchie judging it, battling in the clouds. And that'll be a fly out.
Georgia College started off the season well. They beat North Georgia in a series, an offensive slugfest of a series. Won both of their games 16-6 and 16-15. Beat USC Aiken in a series, beat Anderson in a midweek. And then they faced UNC Pembroke, ranked 14th in the nation at the time, and got swept. Only one game of those was really close. Lost 6-5 in game 2 of that matchup. But then they'd come back and sweep number 16 team in the nation in Columbus State, which Lander was very close to doing when they played him here at Dolny Stadium.
Fox fires the first pitch into Chester. Looked in for strike one.
And they suffered the same fate that Lander did against Young Harris, getting swept by them in a 3-game series.
Swing and a miss on the next delivery. Count goes to 0-2. And again, if you're looking at the schedule of Georgia College, great success early on, but then as the season progresses, you start to see those series where things just unfortunately don't go their way. The Pembroke series, the Young Harris series, low delivery from Fox, that's a ball.
What looked like a midweek conference series like Lander had versus Augusta a couple weeks ago against Francis Marion, leading into this series right here. So this is going to be their third doubleheader in less than a week, too.
Outside delivery, Chester leaves it alone. Count goes even at 2-2. Jack Fox getting his last start back on March 24th, and you mentioned the Augusta series. That was his lone start of the year. 2-2 pitch, high above the zone, full count of 3-2. He's also seen appearances as of late, going 3 innings against North Greenville, and then 6 1/3 innings of work coming in in relief in Game 3 against Young Harris, striking out 10 in the process, just giving up 1 run on 5 hits. 3-2 pitch, fastball, hit down the first base line, but it'll go foul.
Seemed to be a problem yesterday with the first baseline. You saw in the first couple of innings, head coach Jason Burke and Georgia College's head coach come out and meet, and you couldn't tell for a little bit what they were discussing. It was weird to see them meet in back-to-back innings, and we were told apparently that first baseline was a little crooked.
I initially thought of where they painted it as a check swing, ball hits bat and goes out of play. Where they had painted the line was crooked, but then under further examination, we had painted the line straight down the middle, so if you looked at where the line was in the bag, it pretty much cut the first base bag in half. And you're supposed to have the bag pretty much on the very edge of the foul line. Was not the case, obviously, for yesterday. Fox, 3-2 pitch on the way. Another foul ball, this one tipped towards the Bearcat dugout.
I've lined many baseball fields in my life. It's sometimes can be a hard job to do, and you just get lost in a train of thought. And next thing you know, your line is starting to run off a little bit, and you don't even notice it until you get to the end and you look like, uh-oh, I got to start over.
3-2 pitch once again, and Chester will win the battle. He takes the low fastball for ball 4. Runners now on first and second for the visiting Bobcats.
I like this mound visit from Jason Burke. Try to calm him down early. Don't want to let Georgia College put up an early crooked number with these 2 runners on and less than 2 outs.
Infield collapsing around Fox, and we'll see how Bellflower, first baseman, will do. 1 out, 2 on. Freshman first baseman through 20 games, has 51 at-bats, 10 runs, 15 hits, 3 doubles, 1 home run, 10 RBI. He's walked 8 times, struck out 11. He's hitting .294, on-base percentage of .383, a slugging percentage of .412. Has been hit by a pitch 4 times as well.
Their hit by pitch numbers are a normal distribution as compared to what Landers are, with Landon Dupert leading that metric by a long shot.
And just touching base on that, Coach Burke going with a new player in the DH role. It will not be Dupert. We'll see how Justin Wager does.
Now back number 22.
DH will bat 6th.
He's been interesting. Bring him in to pinch hit. He seems like he always can find that big hit when he needs to. Be interesting if that transfers over to that full-time position in the DH spot.
And we'll have to see if he sticks around for Game 2. This obviously being Game 1 of a doubleheader. Fox fires the first pitch to Bellflower. That's ball 1. And Turner, you mentioned Wager coming in some clutch moments. Fox thought about firing, but turns and looks Menlinger back to the bag. Lineup seeing some changes as of late. We mentioned Wilder taking over the shortstop role. Changeup looked in for strike 1. Lander in their yellow uniforms today. Georgia College wearing blue with the green outlines. Fastball, and that's strike 2.
Look kind of offset by their green hats and green helmets that they're wearing. A little mishmash of a pattern.
1-2 pitch, Fox. Sees it bounce towards Betts. The second baseman fields and throws to first. A little low, but Fitchkin able to make the snag. Out number 2. And it looked like Betts thought about throwing over to Wilder at second, but realized the safest option was to first.
He probably remembered that play yesterday where Georgia College second baseman, same situation. I think he tried to get Glinton at second base, and it looked like he drew it off of Glinton himself, and it just rolled into the outfield. And that allowed the inning to continue for Lander.
Number 23, Matt White, native of Lakeland, Georgia, comes to the plate. 2 down, 2 runners in scoring position. He swings and misses the first pitch, gets away from Davis, but doesn't roll far enough away. Runners stay on their respective bases. White, the junior outfielder, has played in 14 games, 45 at-bats, 10 runs, and 9 hits. Takes a low delivery, a good eye. Count is even at 1-1. Again, 9 hits for White, 2 of those being doubles, and 3 home runs, 9 RBI, 6 walks, and as many strikeouts. Does have 3 stolen bases on 3 attempts. He's hitting .200 with a .327 on-base percentage. Patiently waiting, now has a 2-1 count. Fox and company looking to put another 0 up on the scoreboard. 2-1 pitch. This one looked in for strike 2. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs.
Georgia College team whose pitching staff has struck out 50 more batters than their batters have struck out themselves, 216 to 166 in that column.
Swing and a miss, and that ends the inning. 2 stranded on base. No runs come across. As we go to the bottom of the second, score still tied at 0. Four, 5, 6 hitters leading off for the Bearcats. Mason Streeter leading the charge for the blue and gold, who are wearing more gold than blue today. And immediately calling for time is Streeter.
I like this uniform combo from Lander. Really simple, all gold, got the blue lettering, and then the blacks that they have, I'm wondering if they're going to break those out for Game 3, or probably easily my favorite.
They'll probably be wearing those black uniforms, going with the whites in Game 1 yesterday. But you never know. Through the power of industrial cleaning, those might be ready. 1-0 pitch. Foul ball going out of play. Count now even 1-1.
Could break out those 2016 blue uniforms that you saw a lot in that Terry, North Carolina run.
Hester kicks and fires. 1-1 pitch. Home plate umpire is going to say Streeter went around on the check swing.
Interesting that he didn't appeal to the first base umpire there. He made that call himself.
Next pitch inside, and Streeter will go down looking. Absolutely froze him with the inside delivery for out 1.
That's one of those pitches with a batter. You just tip your cap. There's nothing you can do. Lock you up. Back to the dugout.
Streeter just put him in a situation where he didn't want to swing at that pitch, a borderline strike, but just with already 2 strikes, you're going to have to take a hack at something like that. Instead, he rolls the dice, comes up short. Harold now hits a bouncing ball over to Young, the shortstop. Quick throw to first, 6-3 ground out number 2. And now Justin Wager. First start of the season for him.
Now batting with the designated hitter, number 27, Justin Wager.
Wager, a redshirt sophomore, has appeared in 11 games. He has 13 at-bats. Has come home to score twice so far this season. 5 hits, 1 double, 1 triple, 1 home run, 10 RBI. Has struck out 4 times, hitting .385 in limited appearances. .385 on base percentage and an .846 slugging percentage. So when he does get a hold of a pitch, it tends to be for extra bases.
I was saying several of those extra base hits have come very, very close to being home runs.
He'll take a breaking ball for ball 1.
Couple hitting off that stubborn blue wall out in right field. Couple just hitting at the base of the wall.
Bouncing ball, Mengler, the third baseman, charges in, quick throw to first. And that will be a quick bottom of the second. Neither team able to plate any runs as it's tied at 0 going to the top of the third. Top of the third inning,
Now batting number 7.
as it'll be the 9-1 two-hitters leading off for Georgia College. Holloway, number 9 hitter, due up first. Fox still on the mound through 2 innings, just giving up 1 hit. And that was that hard-hit double finding its way down the right field line. First pitch to Holloway, and that will be for a strike.
One mistake he seemingly made throughout the day, and obviously he got punished for it.
high delivery from Fox. Count is even 1-1. Fox, again, 2 innings, 1 strikeout, and that strikeout ending the top of the second with 2 runners aboard. He kicks and fires the 1-1, foul out of play. Count now 1-2.
88 miles per hour on that fastball right there.
Decent velocity from the righty. So Holloway will dig back in on the right side of the plate. 1-2 pitch. High fastball. Peel goes down to first. And they're going to say the check swing did not go around fully. Count goes even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And I don't blame Davis for appealing down to the field umpire down the first baseline. The way Holloway had to bend at the knees, it did look like he kind of twisted the bat through the motion.
I'm surprised on that one. I thought that was enough to maybe get that call.
Inside fastball. Nothing doing on that one. Full count, 3-2 is Holloway, the junior, primarily catcher, and that's where he ends up today. 81 at-bats, 20 hits, 10 runs, 2 doubles, a triple, 8 RBI, batting .247 with a .312 on base percentage. 3-2 pitch, inside delivery, slapped foul down the third baseline, and we'll do it again, 3-2.
Out of Social Circle, Georgia, in a very Peach State heavy lineup here for Georgia College. I think only one person is not originally from the state of Georgia. Actually, 2 people, Vinny Martino from Mobile, Alabama, and John Hale from Birmingham, Alabama. Everyone else on this Georgia College lineup resides from the Peach State.
Don't really need to go much further to find good talent. A deep fly ball out to right field. Harold camping under and comes away with the grab. Fly out to right for out number 1.
Got some good high school talent pipelines in Georgia. Perfect Game, East Cobb, a couple of the big names down into Peach State that produced a lot of great talent, especially that East Cobb program. Produced several major leaguers.
Top of the order now. Second baseman Cobb. First pitch he gets. Hits it out to deep center field. Ritchie trying to dive, unable to, and a 1-out double puts Gentry on second. Obviously saw the range from Ritchie in game 1. He came away with an amazing grab out in center field and trying to add to the highlight reel, just a moment short on the dive.
But that's the best case scenario. If you can't make the catch, don't let that ball get by you. And you saw on the slide, he knocked that ball down and was able to keep it in front of him and prevent that from potentially being an inside the park home run.
Yeah. Outside delivery, Fox fails to hit the strike zone. Count now 1-0. Gentry, 122 at-bats, team high 39 hits. As he'll move on to third, a sharply hit ball from Young out through the left gap puts runners on the corner. As Cassius Young adds to his hit total, came in with 34.
Same situation you were in last inning, 2 on, 1 out. See if Fox can get the same result. Obviously, 1 ground ball can get you out of this inning, unlike last one where there was runners at second and third.
Hard-hitting Cam Hill, 33 hits, 5 doubles, 4 triples, 3 home runs, 20 RBI, a slugging percentage of .550. Sends a bouncing ball, shortstop Wilder, shovel passes to second. The throw to first is going to be high. Fitchkin coming off the bag, and the first run of the game is going to be credited to Georgia College.
That was going to be a tough play. The ball was hit solidly, but just didn't have the velocity on it to make a good flip in time to make an easy double play. He'll have a lot of speed and beat out that throw.
Menlinger, number 4 hitter, batting from the left side, time being called. Georgia College with a run on 3 hits. Hill darting back and forth from first. Menlinger takes the first pitch for strike 1, 0-1 count. Fox taking a look over at the runner on first. Kicks and fires the 0-1 bouncing ball. Strip the middle. Fox fields. Underhand toss to Fitchkin. And that will do it for the inning, but not before the visitors put a run up on the scoreboard. 1-0 Bobcats as we go to the bottom of the inning. Ward Betts leading off for the Bearcats. 7, 8, 9 hitters as Lander looking to get on the board to counter the run scored from the visiting Bobcats. First pitch dealt from Hester, looked in for a strike. Next pitch, hard hit ball out to center field. Hill ranging over into left center field, makes the grab. Number 8 hitter, Ethan Wilder, next up. Freshman shortstop. He's appeared in 16 games, 37 at-bats, takes an outside delivery for ball 1. 5 runs and 13 hits, 2 doubles, 8 RBI. He's walked 3 times, struck out 9. He's hitting .351. As he pokes the bat out, sends it out to shallow right field. This one is going to drop in for a single.
Take hits however you can get them. Sometimes you just got to bloop one right in no man's land, right there in the outfield.
Little Bermuda Triangle effect. Had the center fielder, second baseman, and right fielder all converging in. No one in position or close enough to make the grab. As Bradley Davis gets his first at-bat of the game. Runner on first. The first pitch he gets drops in for strike 1. One pitch now. Davis sends one out to shallow right field. Will be the second baseman, Gentry, making the grab for an out. Two down, top of the order for the Bearcats with Ritchie set to dig in. First pitch Ritchie gets. Sails one out to right field. It's going to drop in for a single. Runners will now occupy first and second. Now, Fitchton, first baseman, looking to put a ball into play and perhaps score a run.
40, Mike Fitchton.
Fitchton 0 for 1 so far today. Digs in on the right side. Righty-lefty matchup. Hester looks back at second. First pitch going to be called for a strike.
Lander and Georgia College, one of only 2 Peach Belt matchups today in baseball. USC Aiken and Augusta going to try to get their game in at 1 p.m. today. Everything else was either moved to tomorrow or canceled.
0-1 pitch, low inside fastball, and that evens the count up at 1-1.
Obviously, we've had a schedule change here at Lander with women's lacrosse being moved to noon tomorrow afternoon.
Taking on Presbyterian here at Van Taylor Stadium is Hester looking back at second. Fitchkin sends one out to right field. Another single. Wilder rounding third. The throw to the plate is going to be off. Throw to second now. Not in time. So Fitchkin's going to get in with an RBI single and then moves his way to second. Ritchie moves his way to third, and Wilder comes home to score. We're tied at 1.
That throw looked like it might have beat Fitch into the bag. I guess he didn't get that tag down quick enough. Neither of the umpires were in a good position to see it. Both umpires were occupying their respective corners with a runner rounding third there. So not a good look to see where that tag got down.
Rory Glanton next up for the Bearcats. Runners still on base, second and third. First pitch he gets. He'll leave it alone, high and off the plate. Count now 1-0. And we'll see how Hester deals with the hard-hitting Glanton. Wouldn't be surprised if he tries to pank the corners. Do not want to leave anything over the plate. So the 1-0 left Rory something to smash, but ball will go out of play, even count of 1-1.
I think Glanton might want that one back until on his backswing hopping around. Just a little bit off time with that one.
Low delivery sent screaming foul and out of play down the first baseline. Glanton with 45 hits this season. 9 doubles, 3 triples, team high 11 home runs. Only player with more doubles than Glanton is Mason Streeter with 10. And of course, Bo Ritchie, after the triple in game 1 of this 3-game series yesterday, is tied with Glanton as he swings and misses at the low changeup, ending the inning, but not before the Bearcats tie the ball game 1-1 as we go to the fourth. Top of the fourth. Jack Fox still on the mound for the Bearcats. 5, 6, 7 hitters leading off for Georgia College, tied up at 1 apiece. As Balin Moore leading off, batting from the left side. The first pitch he gets, an outside fastball left alone for ball 1.
You'd love to see a shutdown inning from Fox here after you come back and tie the game in the bottom of the third.
Fox quickly deals the next pitch inside, swing and a miss from Moore. Count goes even 1-1. Fox gets the sign from Davis. Count now 2-1 after the outside fastball. Two-one pitch on the way from Fox. Bouncing ball. Betts moves over, snags it, and quick throw to first for out number 1. Good job from Betts, able to range over, keep the ball in front of him, and then throw to first. Got the speedy Moore out. Left fielder Chester next up. First pitch dealt to him will be for a ball. Sophomore outfielder, just appearing in 8 games coming into this contest. Fox kicks and fires. Breaking ball. High above the zone, left alone for ball 2.
8 games, and 2 of them had been in this series.
Outside delivery from Fox. 3-0 now the count.
A little chirping from the umpires in yellow in that first base dugout.
3-0 pitch. Fastball down Broadway. Would have been very surprised if Chester decided to take a swing at that. Count is 3-1. Fox trying to even out this count, and he gets it full. Fastball, check swing, ping of the bat as the ball ricochets towards the dugout of Georgia College. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three complete innings and a third for Fox so far as he kicks and fires the 3-2 just high, and that's ball 4. First baseman Bellflower next up.
Now batting number 22, Brandon Bellflower.
Batting from the left side, the first baseman gets a hold of the pitch but fouls it, bounces off the backstop. Count begins 0-1. 0 for 1 today is Bellflower. Grounded out to second, but not before he was able to advance a couple runners into scoring position. Fox peering over at first. Chester with a very small lead off the bag. Looks like a changeup just dropping in for strike 2. Fox gets a sign he likes from Davis. Kicks and fires the 0-2. Hard hit ball. It's going to squeak out to left field. Runners now on first and second for the Bobcats. Which brings up the number 8 hitter. That being Matt White.
Now batting number 23, Matt White.
White 0 for 1, struck out his last time up. Runners on first and second, 1 out. This ball's going to bounce off the glove of Davis. Runners are going to advance to second and third. And to add insult to injury, that's going to be called for a strike as well. 0-1 count. Time being called, and White will have a quick meeting with the third base coach for Georgia College, see how they want to discuss things. 2 runners on. Again, 0-1 count for White. Runners on second and third after the pass ball.
White's a transfer from Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College in Tifton, Georgia, along with 3 other of his Bobcat teammates, former Stallions that transferred in.
0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. White now with an 0-2 hole.
Including
Excuse
his
me.
predecessor in the lineup, Brandon Bellflower, who's standing on second right now.
Fox looking to get this inning over with, prevent any more runs. The 0-2 pitch is going to get away from Davis, but wisely looking the runner back. Ball doesn't get away from him too far. Count now 1-2. And had a similar situation to what might have happened there. Runner for Lander was able to come across. Dupert walking, but a pass ball allowed a runner to score. Fastball hit out of play, and White sticks around for another pitch. Fox with the 1-2 pitch. Low,
check swing. Appeal goes to the field umpire, and they'll say White swing did not go around enough. Even count of 2-2. Two balls, two strikes, just the lone out so far this inning. Fox shaking off a couple signs from Davis. Finds one he likes. The righty sets and fires. The 2-2 pitch, bouncing ball down the third baseline. Streeter gets a glove on it, but that's only after it goes foul. Count still 2-2. First game of the doubleheader was originally supposed to start at 1, then got pushed to noon, and then 11:40. Second morning game these Bearcats have played this season.
Just trying to race Mother Nature. Big weather front coming in later this afternoon.
2-2 pitch, breaking ball that didn't really break too much, full count. And if you're going to deal one of those pitches, you'd much prefer it to be well enough above the zone that it's not even worth swinging at from the view of the opposing hitter.
Yeah.
Rather than kind of leave it just a couple inches above the zone.
Elevate it easily, and next thing you know, it's bouncing in the parking lot beyond the batter's eye.
Or along one of the many walking paths here at the JMC. Fastball ripped into the protective netting behind home plate. Count still full 3-2. Obviously, the JMC is going to see some new additions, hopefully completed by the fall, if not late fall, early winter. Wrestling getting their own facility over here for weights and just general meeting purposes. 3-2 pitch, and that's going to be strike 3. White thought he drew out the walk, but he can take the slow, long walk back to the dugout.
Not much complaining you can do about that one. That was a good placement by Fox there. He was able to get the ring up.
Holloway next up. Bradley Davis wanting to talk things over with Fox. Still 2 runners in scoring position for Georgia College, with Bellflower and Chester occupying second and third. Both teams slow out of the gates, but a run apiece for both squads in the third has us tied at 1-1 if you're just joining us.
Now batting number 7, Austin Holloway.
Holloway 0 for 1 so far this game. Digs in on the right side. Fox kicks and fires. The first pitch, a low fastball bouncing in the dirt. Ricochets off the chest protector of Davis. And count starts 1-0. Bellflower and Chester, slight leads off their respective bases. No one covering a base. Fox not worried about trying to get a pickoff as he drops a breaking ball that's going to fall out of the strike zone. 2-0 count.
With that runner on third, you don't want to worry about potentially throwing the ball away and giving up 1, maybe 2 runs on that play. Just want to worry about the batter that's in front of you and maybe having them put it in play at someone playing normal depth.
As the infield pretty much playing on the grass of the outfield. Fly ball in foul territory. Davis comes away with the grab, and the Bearcats get out of a jam. No runs come across the score for Georgia College, as it's still 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Bottom of the fourth, Lander leading off with their 4, 5, and 6 hitters, Streeter, Harold, and Wager. Streeter batting from the right side, deals with Hester, the lefty. First pitch is going to drop in for strike one.
Love to see Streeter tally up his 11th double of the year right here, get an early runner in scoring position.
Streeter with 40 hits, 10 of those coming in doubles, and a single for Streeter to begin the inning. Not really sure what Moore was doing. Looked like he was kind of running parallel to the ball, just watching it drop in. I thought he could possibly have a chance to make the grab, but I'm not playing in that position.
Almost like he kind of misjudged the power that ball had on it. Kind of like when you're sitting at a red light and you can't tell the speed that the car's coming. You're trying to turn on the regular green. You couldn't tell where that ball was, how fast that ball was coming, and he sat back a little bit and it dropped.
Harold will swing and miss at the first delivery he sees. Count begins 0-1. If you're a Bearcat fan, you're not going to complain how the base runners get on base. Hit, walk, error. You'll take it. Both teams now with 4 hits and 1 run. 0-1 pitch. Harold swings and misses at the next delivery. And count 0-2. Looked like he was expecting a fastball, but he's been getting some off-speed delivery from Hester. Slight lead off of first for Streeter. 0-2 pitch. This one sent out to right center field. It's going to drop in for a single. Back-to-back base hits for the Bearcats, and they have 2 aboard.
Another Bermuda Triangle situation with the second baseman, center fielder, and right fielder. Just none of them playing the right depth in order to catch the ball, and it drops in between the 3 of them.
And so the DH Wager next up.
Now batting with designated hitter number 27, Justin Wager.
You always hear people talk about a well-hit ball or that ball sounded really good coming off the bat. If you get on base and you have one of those, those dying quails that just kind of land in the shallow part of the outfield, I don't think you're really going to complain that it didn't sound good coming off the bat.
Still counts the same in the stats.
Wager takes a hack at the first pitch he sees, sky-high pop fly, trailing out of play.
Say the same thing to people when they say you didn't call bank on the shot. I'm like, it still counts the same in the stat book. Doesn't matter how it goes in as long as it goes in the hoop.
0-1 count to start for Wager. Getting his first start of the season. Primarily came into pinch hit, now he's showing bunt. He commits to it, pulls back. Fastball looked in for strike 2.
He's showing bunt anymore right there.
Very risky situation there with 2 strikes if he was to commit to the bunt. Infield playing deep once again. Time being called. Wager will step out of the box for the time being. Moore, the second baseman, possibly giving a chance for a pickoff. The last throw from Hester low in the dirt. That'll be for a ball, 1-2 count. Wager 0 for 1 so far today, looking to change that. Hester looking back at second. No one covering the bag. The 1-2 pitch gets a hold of the pitch and sends it out of play. Wager stick around for at least another delivery from Hester.
Right now, that's all you got to do. You just got to battle. The longer you can extend this at bat, the more it favors you.
3 innings, 1 earned run, and 2 strikeouts for the lefty. One-two pitch, another low delivery. Good plate discipline from Wager in this at-bat. Even count of 2-2 now. And if you're head coach Jason Burke, you got to be pleased with that. You know, gets down the count, is able to battle back, and is able to lay off some of these junk pitches. Buys himself into a 2-2 count as Hester, taking his time, looks back at second. Next pitch high, and they're going to call it strike 3. Wager not happy with the call, and for good reason. That borderline might be stretching things.
That looked a little high, about between letter and color high, out of the zone. Just not fortunate enough to get that call.
2 runners aboard for the Bearcats still, and Ward Betts will dig in on the left side, lefty-lefty matchup. High delivery from Hester, possibly off the plate as well. Count begins 1-0. One 0 pitch now. Betts sends one for a ride out to deep center field. It's going to be caught by Hill. Streeter, halfway between second and third, will have to retreat back to the bag. 2 down, still 2 on for the Bearcats.
Hit that to the deepest part of the ballpark. Not much you can do about that one.
Number 8 hitter, Ethan Wilder, next up.
Number 13, Ethan Wilder.
Lander beginning the inning with back-to-back singles. Both out to right field, but the last 2 batters, Wager struck out looking on a borderline high pitch, and then Betts flew out to center field. Wilder reaches base. Bradley Davis will be next up. Wilder 1 for 1, got the first hit of the game for Lander. As the first pitch he gets, inside, lifted up into foul territory. First baseman, Bellflower, makes the grab in foul territory, and that's going to end the inning. Lander is going to strand 2 as we're still tied 1 apiece. 1, 2, 3 hitters leading off for the Bobcats. Top of the 5th inning. Gentry takes the first pitch he gets from Fox for a ball. Count now 2-0 after the last delivery. Gentry with 1 hit, coming around to score once, struck out twice in yesterday's contest between these two sides. He's 1 for 2 today as a heavy swing and a miss going down to one knee. 2-1 now your count. After Gentry, Young and Hill will be the next 2 hitters up for Georgia College as Fox kicks and fires. Next pitch, a hard hit ball down the first baseline, but it goes foul. Count even 2-2.
Almost finding that gap in the open gate of the Bearcat bullpen. Yeah, a couple guys chilling out right there watching the game.
Be interesting to see how long they leave Fox out there. Longest performance being that 6 1/3 innings of relief. As his last pitch sent out to left field, Glanton comes in, makes the grab for out number 1. As Young next up for Georgia College, 1 for 2.
Now batting number 4, Cassius Young.
Obviously, Lander only needed 1 pitcher. Thompson going all 9 innings. Will be interested to see if possibly Fox can go 6, if not 7. First pitch, low outside delivery. Count begins 1-0. And considering the Bearcats have 4 games this coming week, breaking ball drops in for a strike, even count of 1-1. If you're able to save some arms in this series, you can possibly have some extra arms in the Georgia Southwestern series inside fastball, 2-1 count. And Lander will be on the road the entire week, traveling to Wingate, and then down to Southwestern to take on the Hurricanes. 2-1 pitch, a weak swing and a miss from Young on the outside delivery. Count is now even 2-2, and then the Bearcats, as of now, concluding the regular season with Aiken, April 23rd and 24th.
USC Aiken's always been a thorn in the side for this Bearcat baseball team. Or not, excuse me, Georgia Southwestern.
Hard hit ball. Wilder, nothing he's able to do diving at the last moment, but he'll watch it go out to left center field. A 1-out single for Young.
Losing 2 of 3, 2018, 2019.
Now batting number 12, Cam Hill.
And then beating them 2 of 3 down in Americus in 2017.
First pitch dealt to Hill, looked in for a strike.
Interesting that series is being played on the road when the home leg didn't get to be played last year between the 3.
Bouncing ball is going to bounce off the glove of Fox. He picks it up to throw to first. It's going to be in time. Young reaches second safely.
Good recovery there by Fox.
Look for a brief second like that ball might have had enough energy to roll out to Wilder. You could have had a 1-6-3 double play, or if not even odder, a 1-6-4-3 double play. Menlinger next up. 2 outs, runner in scoring position. Fox peering back at second. Fires the first pitch. High above the zone. Menlinger leaves it alone. 1-0 count to start. Aiken 14-12 in conference action. Bearcats 11 and 13. Fastball's going to get away from Davis. Off to third goes Young.
These next couple series are huge if you want any hope of trying to squeeze back into that 4-hole, potentially make the conference tournament.
Definitely going to be interesting, especially against the Georgia Southwestern squad that's 12 and 9 in conference action. Lander is going to have to win the 2 games today, and I'd assume they would have to win out at Georgia Southwestern and then sweep Aiken. Fox drops in the next pitch for a strike, and that's to even have a chance.
You guys assume that Columbus State is currently sitting in the 4th hole, starts to falter a little bit. But it's going to be an interesting ride that last little bit for this Peach Belt Conference race.
2-1 pitch, bouncing ball, going to be fielded by Betts. He's going to throw to first. That's in time for out number 3. Georgia College strands a runner in scoring position, but unable to score as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Score is still tied at 1.
Leading off the Bearcats, the catcher, number 21, Bradley Davis.
Bradley Davis, number 9 hitter, leading off for the Bearcats. 9-1-2 hitters, first 3 up. Hester fires a high delivery. Davis doesn't even think about swinging. He starts the at-bat with a 1-0 count. Both teams scoring a single run in the 3rd. Davis swings and misses at the next delivery from Hester. Even count of 1-1. After that, neither squad able to score. Scoreless 4th. Lander keeping Georgia College off the board in the 5th, and we'll see how the bottom of the inning goes. And a 1-1 count for Davis. Hester, the lefty, fires the next pitch. That's looked in for strike 2.
Just caught the edge of the plate with that one.
Along with the doubleheader for baseball, men's lacrosse, who's set to go up against Alabama Huntsville on the road. That game starts in about 50 minutes. Fastball gets away from Hester, and it's going to plunk Davis in the back. Obviously, you'd prefer to reach base on a hit, but he'll take the free base.
Raise that on-base percentage up just a little bit.
Now batting center fielder, number 23, Bo Ritchie.
Both men's and women's rugby also set to go against Alderson Broadus. The men are playing them in Charlotte, North Carolina, while the women are traveling to Richmond, Virginia today. Interesting locations. Ritchie trying to put down a bunt, throw to first as Holloway tried to pick off Davis. Neither are working, and the count should be 1-0. Runner still safely aboard on first.
Interesting considering Alderson Broadus is in West Virginia. They're having to travel probably further to get to Charlotte and probably equidistant to get to Richmond.
Ritchie still trying to commit to the bunt to move his teammate along, an even count of 1-1. And with women's rugby becoming an NCAA sport, they'll no longer be a club sport. They'll actually be playing Alderson Broadus. They're going to be in the same conference. And a lot of travel for women's rugby. Bunt still trying to be put down. Count now 1-2. Women's rugby team will play in the NIRA, the National Intercollegiate Rugby Association, which features Division II teams such as Alderson Broadus, American International College out in Springfield, Massachusetts. A swing and a miss from Ritchie. That's out number 1. Also got some New York teams, Queens, playing against Westchester, which is out in Pennsylvania, Notre Dame College in Ohio. Post out in Connecticut, so not too many teams in the South that they'll be going up against.
That's an interesting conference that they're joining, kind of like Ms. Lacrosse last year in their inaugural year, joining the GLVC and being scheduled to play all those teams in the Midwest. Not many teams in the Southeast outside of, I think, Young Harris was the only one in the GLVC that was an easy bus ride that's usually made by other Bearcat teams.
Lacrosse slowly growing here in the South. Obviously a decent foothold down in Florida where you got teams such as Tampa in the Sunshine Conference. But in the Southeast, Vitchkin flies one out of play. Slowly growing, and you'll probably see Young Harris in the Peach Belt Conference. They're still in that GLVC conference right now for men's lacrosse, but with the Peach Belt offering it as a conference sport, you'll probably see the Mountain Lions and Bearcats go head-to-head.
Where I'm from, North Georgia, lacrosse has really grown in popularity in just my time growing up. Probably passing baseball is the most popular sport in the county and several powerhouses where I'm from. I will be very surprised if we see schools like North Georgia get a team, maybe even Georgia College. It's a very popular sport, and there's a lot of talent in this southeast region that's good to recruit.
Fitchkin looks in, a pitch on the outside part of the plate, and he'll go down looking. Battling with a 1-2 count, but gets frozen by Hester's delivery. Davis still on first, and Rory Glanton next up for Lander. Hester threw 4 2/3 innings of work, and just the lone run let up. He's now struck out 5. Glanton 0 for 2, one of those strikeout victims. As the hard-hitting slugger digs in on the right side. Hester gets the sign from Holloway. Fires the first pitch. Swing and a miss. Glanton unable to connect on the outside delivery. Count 0-1. And in fact, Hester getting 2 of those 5 strikeouts this inning. Ritchie and Fitchkin going down via Ks. One swinging, one looking. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Another outside delivery. Glanton unable to make contact.
He's gotten Glanton to chase on several of those way outside the zone today. He's gone golfing a couple times. Fortunately, the tournament for that's about an hour and a half away from here down in Augusta.
The 0-2 pitch, Glanton swings and misses. And Hester, after allowing the leadoff single, strikes out the side as through 5, still tied 1 apiece between these two teams.
Leading off for Georgia College, number 24, Bailey Moore.
Top of the 6th inning. Both squads tied at 1 apiece. Hunter Julius, Turner Kirby here on the call. Explosive 3rd inning for both sides, but after that, really not much to talk about in terms of scoring. Jack Fox going for his 6th inning of work for Lander. Deals an outside delivery to the leadoff hitter Moore. 1-0 count. Chester and Bellflower next 2 up as the righty Fox whips a fastball low in the dirt for ball 2.
Be interesting to see how you were talking earlier. Be interesting to see how each manager takes their start, how deep each manager takes their starting pitcher. Georgia College has a quicker turnaround on the midweek. They play USC Aiken down in Augusta on Tuesday at SRP Park, home of the Green Jackets. And then they turn around and have that long bus ride down to St. Augustine to face Flagler Friday and Saturday.
2-1 count as Fox fires. Bouncing ball is going to ricochet off of Moore. Even count 2-2. And the Bearcats, nationally ranked at the time when they went down to face Flagler, came away with only 1 win after the Saints walked off the Bearcats in back-to-back games to begin the series. And we've talked about both these teams better than what their records show, as a hard hit ball sent screaming foul down the first base line. Moore and Fox will do it all over again. And that's one of the, if you had to pinpoint parts of this season where you'd like to have games back, those are definitely 2 that come to the forefront. And you can't, when people say, oh, we should have swept this team, it's like, you never know. I would say that perhaps you flip that series and the Bearcats come away with 2 of 3 as a fly ball sent out to shallow left field. In comes Glanton. He makes the grab for out number 1.
I mean, you look at your luck. You had your third game of the series with Claflin canceled very early on in the season, and then you had that hard-fought game with UNC Pembroke, that offensive slugfest where Lander just kept battling back, and it ended up
the Braves ended up winning 15-14, and that was the only real close game of that series.
You also have to look back at the game that Lander dropped at Augusta as well. Augusta coming back, scoring double digits in the last 2 innings to evoke a mercy rule. PBC mercy rule, of course, only comes into place when there's a doubleheader going on. Fox fires the last pitch in for a strike, even count 1-1. But there are definitely games here and there that you look, and if you could rewrite things, this Bearcat squad definitely would end up having a better record. Check swing on the high delivery. Appeal goes down to first, and surprise to most people, will say that Chester did not go around a 2-1 count. But you can't rewrite history.
No, just got to play the game that's in front of you. You got 3 important series coming up, and you just got to win in order to keep your season alive and hopefully play your way into the NCAA tournament, that conference tournament.
We'll definitely have to see how Lander does, but first got to deal with the doubleheader today. Even count 2-2 as Fox fires the pitch. Fastball, and the count goes full, 3-2.
Didn't miss by much on that one.
Full count is Chester batting from the right side. Awaits the next pitch from Fox, who kicks in, fires. Looked in for strike 3. Couple late calls by the home plate umpire, and Chester with the bat flip, about to trot to first, and said he'll have to make his way back to his teammates.
Don't think this home plate umpire has made many friends in the lineup on both sides today.
Now by number 22, Brandon Bellflower.
Bellflower, the first baseman next up, digs in on the left side. 2 down. As Fox fires a high fastball left alone. Count begins 1-0. Bellflower 1 for 2 today. Takes a low inside pitch, and that's now a 2-0 count. Bellflower singling through the left side. So he now has a 3-0 count. That single coming in the top of the 4th. Three balls, no strikes. The first baseman, Bellflower. Fox kicks and fires a fastball. Looked in for strike 1.
Probably had the reddest of red lights right there on that 3-0 count.
Very rarely do you get those green lights to swing at the 3-0 pitch. Hard hit ball. It's going to bounce off the chest of Fitchkin. Thought about throwing to Fox, but first baseman will just step on the bag himself, and that will do it for the inning. As we go to the bottom of the inning, still tied at 1. Bottom of the 6th inning, Lander leading off with its 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Mason Streeter leading the charge.
Third baseman number 1, Mason Streeter.
Streeter 1 for 2 today. First pitch he gets. Hard hit ball is going to bounce off the glove of Hester. The pitcher's able to stay with it and throws to first. A 1-3 ground out for a quick first out.
A lot of plays being made by the pitchers today. Not hard hit balls right at him, having to knock him down, make the play.
Now batting right fielder number 14, Evan Harold.
As Evan Harold next up for the Bearcats. He's 1 for 2. The right fielder will dig in on the right side. 1 down. Hester takes his time, now deals the first pitch, left alone for a ball. Both teams with 5 hits, 1 run, as Harold slices one foul down the first base line that goes out of play. Even count of 1-1. Lander, 5 different players with a hit. Georgia College, 5 hits as well. Cassius Young credited with 2 of them. As a swing and a miss. Count now 1-2 for Harold. Harold looking for his second of the game. Lefty-righty matchup. Hester fires the next pitch. Left alone. Even count of 2-2.
A lot of movement in that Bearcat bullpen, although I don't see a lot of balls being thrown. I see a guy with a bat and a helmet. I think it's just people warming up, not that aren't playing this game, that might be playing in game 2. Just trying to keep themselves warm.
Hard hit ball out to deep left field. Harold golfed that just fair, as coming away with the grab was Chester. That ball looked like it could have gone out of play, but instead Harold flies out for out number 2.
He had to track that thing down. Nice little catch there by Chester.
Number 27, Justin Wager.
Wager 0 for 2 today. 1 strikeout, and that strikeout, he went down looking on a borderline pitch. Batting from the right side, looking to get on base. First pitch he gets, takes a hack at it and sends it foul and out of play down the right field line. Wager, of course, coming in primarily as a pinch hitter this season, getting his first start as DH battles. Another foul ball. Ward Betts, next hitter up for the Bearcats. The first Wager battling with Hester. The lefty fires an outside pitch, foul tipped into the mid of hallway, and that's going to do it for the 6th. 3 up, 3 down for Lander, and we go to the top of the 7th. Top of the 7th inning. New pitcher on the mound for the Bearcats is right-handed reliever number 10, Bryce Jackson. Sophomore righty has appeared in 8 games. Is 0-1 as he fires an outside delivery for ball 1. Just 7 innings of action. He's given up 14 hits, 17 runs, just 9 earned, 6 walks, 6 Ks. Fastball laced in for strike 1, even count of 1-1.
In a game of moves and counter moves, Georgia College response. I just saw a couple people run out to their bullpen. Looks like that might be the end of the line for Hester.
Would imagine so, although considering how he was going, we might see him for at least another inning. Last pitch from Jackson. Changeup in for strike 2. The 1-2 hard hit ball out to deep left field going foul and out of play. Definitely a good hit from White there. Just got out in front of the pitch. If you're the Bearcats here, you're very lucky that he did. If he had timed that up, at least a double. Jackson last appearing, going 2 innings against Young Harris on April 3rd. Striking out 3 in those 2 innings. Even count of 2-2 after the last delivery from the righty, as he receives the signs from Davis, shakes off a couple pitch, time being called. As White stepped out of the box. Quickly moving, Jackson 2-2 pitch, fastball off the plate, and now it is 3-2.
A little bit of a quick pitch there. Didn't have to go through the signs like the way he got on that signal before and just stuck with it.
Another quick pitch, swing and a miss. Down goes White. Jackson brings the fastball. Number 9 hitter, Holloway, next up. Gentry will be the next hitter up for the Bobcats. Jackson gets the sign, fires the first pitch, a bouncing ball. Weiler, the shortstop, moves over Fields, throw to first. Fitchkin having to stretch, but stays on the bag, makes the grab. Out number 2, a 6-3 ground out. And just like that, 2 down, top of the order, Gentry next up. One for 3 so far is Gentry.
Now batting number 6, Kyle Gentry.
Jackson works quickly, another hard hit ball over the shortstop, Wilder, Fields, and another throw to first in time. Out number 3, Jackson comes in and does his job oh so well. A strikeout and 2 groundouts. 3 up, 3 down as we go to the bottom of the 7th, still tied at 1. Ward Betts leading off for the Bearcats. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up. Hester still on the mound, going for his 7th inning of action. Drops a breaking ball in for strike 1. Hester threw 6 complete innings. And both him and starting pitcher for Lander, Jack Fox, just allowing 1 earned run. Hester with 7 Ks. 0-1 pitch inside. Betts trying to golf it out of the dirt. Count now 0-2. Fox's final line, 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, striking out 3, got 2 looking, faced 25, and 2 of those 5 hits for doubles. Betts swings and misses on the outside delivery. Hester now with 8 strikeouts.
I think if you're both coaches and you would have told them Friday before Game 1 started that your 2 starting pitchers would go at least 14 innings for both teams, I think they'd take that in a heartbeat. And that's something you'd love to see, especially in a season where you're playing doubleheaders every weekend.
Bearcats haven't had too many pitchers able to crack the 6-inning mark this season. As Wilder takes a low outside pitch for ball 1. In fact, Thompson's complete game, he's had 2 this season. However, yesterday was the first 9-inning complete game. He was able to go 7 innings, and Bearcats got a mercy rule against Claflin. Wilder sends a hard hit ball out to left field for a single. It's Wilder now on first. Bradley Davis looking to move him along. Wilder, the first multi-hit game. Excuse me, let me reword that. First hitter to get multi-hits for Lander this game. A low fastball in the dirt, smothered by Holloway. Wilder not bolting from his bag. Will stick around at first. Back and forth these 2 teams go. It's Davis. Takes a hack at the high delivery from Hester. That will go foul. Lander leading the hit category 6-5 after the single from Wilder. 1-1 pitch. Davis, hard hit ball, laced up the middle. Finds its way in center field. Back-to-back singles for Lander. 2 aboard for the Bearcats. Top of the order, and Bo Ritchie next up. But first we'll have a meeting at the mound, and this might be the end of the line for Hester. Infield collapsing around.
I think this is
just a meeting, it looks like, and also the Bearcats will have a meeting of their own. Talk things over. Might as well use the available time. Bobcats discussing how to get the Bearcats out, and the Bearcats discussing how to make the Bobcats pay for letting the 2 base runners aboard. So, meetings adjourned, both teams talking things over, and we'll see how things go. Ritchie 1 for 3. 1 out with 2 aboard. Hester fires the first pitch at the knees. Strike 1.
Hester has not been afraid of these pressure situations all day. Even with multiple runners on, he still attacks that zone. And he's been able to get out of a lot of these jams unscathed.
6 1/3 innings of work now. It's the lefty. Gets the sign he likes from Holloway. Looks back at second. Now deals the next pitch. A bouncing ball goes foul down the third base line. If you're Lander, you definitely don't want to see Richie put another ball down on the ground. Drive this out into the outfield, and at the very least, get Wilder to third. Of course, if you are going to put it on the ground, you'd prefer it to go through the left or right gap.
Yep.
0-2 pitch. Check swing. Peel goes down to first. They're going to say, no, Richie did not go around on the swing. Good hold up from the center fielder. It's been 3 innings since either team has been able to score. Both teams scoring their lone run in the third. 1-2 pitch. Richie sends one out to right field. This one's going to drop in as it rolls to the wall. Wilder rounding third, coming home to score. Davis rounding third. The throw won't be in time. And look who's on third. Bo Richie with a triple.
I asked earlier in the game for that 11th double, but I will take a triple right there in a bigger spot, scoring those 2 runs, making a 3-run ball game, 1 ball game, and that's really big if you're Lander in a game where runs have been at a premium.
Now batting first base, number 40, Mike Fitchkin.
Richie with triples in back-to-back games. He now takes the team lead with 4 on the season.
That's the end of the line for Hester. Great performance by him today.
Not surprising, Richie pulled one down the right field line and then used his speed to take 3 bags. And coach comes out, ball is handed over. Final line for Hester real quick. He goes 6 1/3 innings, giving up 3 earned runs, 8 strikeouts. We'll take a quick break and let you know who the new arm is for the Bobcats. New pitcher on the mound for the Bobcats, number 11, sophomore righty Brennan Crooms. 10 appearances, 1 and 3 this year as Fitchin sends the first pitch he sees out of play down the first baseline. Crooms does have 2 saves, 30 and 2/3 innings of work. He's given up 37 hits, 24 runs, 20 earned, walking 15, striking out 29, ERA of 5.87. Fitchkin once again sends one down the first baseline, foul. 0-2 the count. Runner on third after Ritchie's triple brought 2 around. Lander leading 3-1. 3 runs on 8 hits. Currently at Georgia College, 1 run on 5 hits as the righty Crooms fires one off the plate, left alone for a ball. Crooms now with the next pitch. Hard hit ball through the gap out to left field. In comes Ritchie. Another run comes across. RBI single for Lander's first baseman.
Right now you're just adding insurance runs. A little bit more comfort if you're Jackson coming back out or whoever Jason Burke throws back out there knowing, all right, I have a 3-run cushion. I can be a little more aggressive with my pitches and don't have to worry about giving up the lead immediately if I make a mistake.
Rory Glanton next up for Lander. He's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts. Both of those credited to Hester. And we'll see if he has better luck against Crooms. Righty fires the first pitch, goes outside. Glanton gets a piece of it, sends it foul. Count begins 0-1.
I believe that run officially closed the line on Hester right there, too.
Is Hester credited with all 4 runs now. 0-1 pitch. Inside this time from Crooms. Sidewinder, different approach. Count now 0-2. Fitchton still on first as Crooms peers over. Decent size lead off of first. The 0-2 pitch, left alone for ball 1. Crooms not exactly a traditional side throwing pitcher. Kind of comes from a traditional stance, but the throw isn't exactly overhand. It's kind of more of a, what would you call it, 3/4?
Yeah, about 3/4 arm slot.
1-2 pitch. Fastball left alone. Even count, 2-2.
Looks almost like an infielder when he's running across and he's got his momentum going and trying to make a throw to first each time he pitches the ball.
Definitely one of the go-to arms out of the pen for the Bobcats. Again, 30 and 2/3 innings this season. Inside delivery, Glanton got a piece of it, sends it foul. Crooms second on the team in innings pitched. He hasn't started a game this season. Two-two pitch. Off the plate. Good plate discipline from Glanton. Not swinging at that. Draws a full count.
He went 6 2/3 inning in a 12-4 win versus Claflin on February 20th. 5 innings against USC Aiken on March 5th. And 4 against Georgia Southwestern on April 2nd.
Hudgens leading the way in terms of innings pitched. 49 and 2/3. Starter, who Bearcats faced yesterday. Glanton earns himself a walk. Runners on first and second now. as Mason Streeter looks to keep things rolling along. Next relief pitcher, in terms of inning pitched, Ashton Strugel.
And after that 6 2/3 inning outing he had versus Claflin, where he gave up 4 hits and 1 run that was earned, he went through a rough stretch against North Georgia. He only pitched an inning, gave up 8 hits and 9 runs. 7 of those were earned. Only struck out 2, and then against USC Aiken on March 5th, that 5 inning outing, he gave up 9 hits and 7 runs.
Fastball fired in, low in the zone, called for a strike. 0-1 the count to begin.
After that, it seems he settled down. He gave up 3 runs against UNC Pembroke on March 13th, and then he's given up 1 run. At a maximum of 1 run every outing since.
0-1 pitch now. Streeter gets a hold of it. The inside pitch jams him, but he's able to lift it out of play. 0-2 count. Streeter 1 for 3 today. Crooms looking back at second. 0-2 pitch. Curls off the plate and shoots through the legs of Holiday. Pass ball puts runners on second and third. Streeter's lone base appearance coming in the bottom of the 4th. He singled to right field.
Big stat in the game today. Landers hitters are 6 of 14, 429 average with runners on, and 3 of 7, an equal 429 average with runners in scoring position. Compared to 2 of 11 with runners on for Georgia College and 1 of 8 with runners in scoring position. You could add 1 more hit to that.
The 1-2 pitch sent through the right side. Glanton coming around. He's going to slide in.
Yeah, got him.
Looked like he stumbled a little bit during the slide. A run does come across. Streeter will be safe on first. So, Evan Harold next up.
Number 14, Evan Harold.
First pitch to Harold. He'll send it out to right field. It's going to drop in for a single.
So an interesting thing on that slide for Glanton, the bat was in the way in the base path, and he had to kind of try to slide around that when he was coming in. I wonder if that affected him trying to maybe maneuver around the catcher. Obviously, the throw beat him, but you'd like to see maybe what would have happened if that bat wasn't in his path trying to slide into home.
Now batting the designated hitter number 27, Justin Waker.
So Harold being pinch run by Walker McDowell. Justin Wager batting from the right side. First pitch he gets just hits the outside part of the plate. Count starts 0-1. A lot of movement on these pitches from Crooms.
Walker McDowell pinch hitting, and we're seeing the same situation we saw yesterday. He's going to take over Ward Bett's spot, second base, and Ward's going to move out to right field and take Harold's spot in right field, and Walker's going to take over Harold's spot in the lineup.
Ball from the last pitch. Wager with an even count of 1-1. Two aboard. McDowell on first. Streeter on second. 4 runs coming across this inning. Low fastball. Wager not biting. 2-1 count now. Now the Bearcats looking to put more insurance runs on the board. 5 runs on 11 hits. The 1-1 pitch. Looked in for a strike. 2-2.
Interesting little contingency of lawn chairs being placed out there just beyond right center field, right to the right of the batter's eye. Got a little tent going up. Taking the game in from the outfield.
Holloway wanted to have a quick word with Crooms. And we brought this up before. Where do you draw the line in terms of letting this game get away from you? Do you expect Georgia College to maybe throw another arm in after this as Wager sends one sky high, backspin, puts it out of play?
I think it all depends on what Georgia College does in the top half of the 8th. 4-run deficit isn't insurmountable. I mean, you see Lander put 4 up here in this inning. But I think once you get into that top, and Georgia College puts up a 0 in that top of the 8th, that'll be interesting to see if they roll out the same pitcher and just concede the game and get ready for game 2 of the doubleheader.
2-2 pitch. Another foul ball. Wager battling his way through this at-bat. Runners leading off their bag. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Wager hits a deep drive out to left. It's going to drop in. Streeter rounding third. Comes home to score. McDowell at second. An RBI single from Wager, and it's now 6-1 ball game.
Now batting second baseman, number 4, Ward Betts.
So the second baseman, soon to be right fielder, when we hit the top of the 8th, Ward Betts digs in on the right side. 2 down, 2 aboard. Infield for the Bobcats, playing deep, trying to keep any balls in front of them. Get that final out. First pitch, Betts sends one bouncing foul down the first baseline towards the dugout of the Bearcats. Bearcats and Bobcats battling here today, and 5 runs coming across for the team that is neither Bear nor Cat. Crooms looking back at second. The 0-1 pitch inside, a hard hit ball laced into the glove of Bellflower, and that will do it for the inning, but not before 5 come across. Lander leading 6-1 as we go to the top of the 8th.
Young.
2, 3, and 4 hitters leading off. Bryce Jackson still on the mound as he deals a high fastball. It's Young. 1-0 count to begin the at-bat. 1-0 turns to a line drive out. And down goes Young. Inside fastball, gets him, jams him, and Jackson squeezes the glove. 1 out in the top of the 8th.
Now batting number 12, Cam Hill.
As Hill set to dig in on the left side. Jackson greets him with an outside fastball left alone for a ball. Crooms through 2 1/3 innings of work, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, all earned, facing 6. Another fastball, this one looked in for a strike, even count 1-1. An ERA of 27 so far this game for Crooms. 1-1 pitch. Inside delivery, it's going to be called for a ball, 2-1 your count. Jackson not happy with the delivery. 2-1 pitch, another inside delivery. This one fouled off, and the count goes even, 2-2.
Jackson working very, very fast in this outing.
As a broadcaster, you have to appreciate that type of work ethic.
Yes, you do.
Hill 0 for 3, does have an RBI. As things slowing down a little bit, Jackson changes that. Inside pitch, bounces in the dirt.
Bradley Davis tried to frame that a little bit, see if he can maybe squeeze the call. That anytime it bounces in the dirt.
High delivery.
Don't think you're gonna
That's going to be a walk, and it pinballs off of Davis and the home plate umpire. Hill's going to reach base with a walk. Benlinger
Now batting number 14,
next up.
Benlinger.
Though the only change other than Jackson coming in for Fox, this being the hopefully second full inning, as errant fastball high above the zone, left alone for ball 1. We talked about this with the pinch runner. Walker McDowell now at second, and Ward Betts taking over right field duty. 1-0 pitch from Jackson, fastball high above the zone, 2-0 count.
Ward Best is playing really, really deep out in right field.
Wind comes and goes, especially with the impending storms. Another fastball, a healthy dose of them. This one looked in for a strike. So I wouldn't be surprised if he plays that far deep, expecting possibly a ball to get caught up in the wind, and doesn't hurt to play further back. That way you can race in. As a foul ball goes out of play, count goes even, 2-2.
Number one rule you're taught as an outfielder, your first step's always back. And we've seen a couple people this year, both from Lander and the opposing team, get burned, taking their first step in, and next thing you know, they're misjudging a pop-up. And it drops for less than ideal situation.
2-2 pitch, hit down the first base line, going foul. Bobcats trying to go with a hit and run. Back to first goes Hill. Menlinger 1 for 3 today. Third baseman batting from the left side. Jackson shaking off a couple signs from Davis. Quick look over to first. The righty kicks and fires. 2-2 pitch lifted down the right field line. Back goes Betts. He'll watch it go foul. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dangerous swing there from Menlinger. If that had gone fair, would have pinballed in the corner. Might have given Hill enough time to have come home to score from first.
At that point, you just hope it bounces off the padding or that chain link fence and loses all momentum so you can easily pick it back up.
2-2 pitch, runner in motion once again, another foul ball. And we'll reset and do it all over again. Jackson turns and throws to first. It's going to bounce up and over the shoulder of Fitchkin, and the ball is going to go out of play. So Hill is going to reach on a throwing error by Jackson.
Those are the kind of mistakes you can afford in a 5-run game. You don't want to start to see those add up. Davis going out there to calm them down. Throwing error like that can mess with a psyche if you're a pitcher, and you don't want to see that 5-run lead go from 5 to 2 in an inning.
So runner in scoring position now for the Bobcats. Count is still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jackson, high, fastball. Menlinger not biting. Full count, 3-2. Jackson takes a quick look at second. 3-2 pitch. Another foul ball going down the third baseline and out of play. Menlinger will not yield. Staying alive, and because of all the foul balls that he's been able to foul off, helped Hill get to second. Time being called. Jackson peering back at second. 3-2 pitch. This one stays in play. Looped out to left field. Glanton makes the grab. And Hill will stay at second. So Moore, 2 down and 1 aboard. Next up.
I don't know if I read the radar gun that's out in front of us correctly. I think that was 94 on that pitch from Jackson there.
Definitely a lot of velocity on these pitches from Jackson. As he looks to get the inning over with. Put another 0 up. And he brings a changeup this time. More heavy swing and a miss. Count begins 0-1.
Drop 11 miles per hour off of your velocity there. Not much the batter can do about that one.
Moore expecting another fastball and another off-speed pitch. Unable to time it up. 2 heavy swings. He's gone down to a knee both times. I guess that's the advantage of someone like Jackson who can deal into the mid to upper 90s, that when you do take enough off of it, and if you've been throwing enough fastballs, hitters start getting to the mindset that all he's going to do is just throw me some gas. Takes a bit off of it and a heavy swing. This time a bouncing ball. McDowell almost misjudged it. Able to compose and throw to first in time for the final out. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Lander leading 6-1. 8-9-1 hitters leading off for the Bearcats. Crooms on the mound again for the Bobcats. It's Ethan Wilder leading off. First pitch he gets, he'll foul it off. Count begins 0-1. Lander with 5 runs on 7 hits. Breaking ball drops in for a strike. Count now 0-2. 0-2 count. Wilder steps back in on the right side. It's Crooms. A lot of movement on these pitches. Kicks and fires the next pitch. And just like that, looked as if it was going to stay over the heart of the plate. And at the last minute, started to curl oh so slightly to the outer edge. Wilder fouls it off. The count remains no balls, 2 strikes.
That's a little defensive swing there by Wilder. Started his swing, and it started to break away from him. And a good attempt from him to at least.
That time a fastball inside jams him out to shallow right field. In comes Moore. Right fielder makes the grab, out number 1. Number 9 hitter Bradley Davis out for the Bearcats.
Now batting the catcher, number 21, Bradley Davis.
Davis 1 for 2. Reaching base on a single. He has been hit by a pitch as well. And the first pitch he gets from Crooms this at bat leaves it alone. Low in the dirt for ball 1. One-0 pitch. Fastball looked in for strike 1. Count goes even 1-1. Davis getting hit by that pitch in the bottom of the 5th. Leaves alone another low delivery from Crooms. Count 2-1. Thought about swinging the off-speed delivery curling off the plate, moves the count to 3-1, and Davis getting his hit, sending a scorcher up the middle in the bottom of the 7th. We're here in the bottom of the 8th. Lander leading 6-1, 3-1 pitch. Davis leaves it alone at the knees. It's going to be called for a strike. 3-2 the count to the Bearcat catcher. Crooms moving quickly. Already got the sign he liked. 3-2 pitch. Sent square into the protective netting behind home plate. Davis steps back in on the right side. Crooms quickly kicks and fires the 3-2 pitch, a bouncing ball going foul. And the count remains 3-2. Davis stepping out of the box for a quick second. As Crooms. Next pitch. That will be ball 4, and Davis reaches base safely via walk. Bo Ritchie next up. Hard-hitting center fielder. 2 for 4 today, includes a triple.
Now batting center fielder number 23, Bo Ritchie.
Crooms, first pitch he deals to Ritchie will be low and away for ball one.
Crooms looked like he's starting to get a little frustrated with himself. Kind of grunted after that last pitch was called a ball and snatched the ball way out of the air on the return throw from the catcher.
1-0 pitch on the way. Tucked in for strike one, even count of 1-1. Rude awakening from Crooms. Not the best start you could have wanted for the Bobcats. Going for his first full inning of work. Davis lead off of first. Last pitch curls off the plate, 2-1 count. Crooms with the 2-1 pitch. Goes to the outside once again. Cuts in for strike two. Two-two pitch on the way inside. Ritchie jumping away from the plate. Count goes full 3-2.
That pitch called a strike, it seems like, a couple times today. I can understand why Crooms was kind of upset he did not get that call.
Not sure if Davis was trying to induce a throw, hope that Crooms would overthrow the first baseman, or if he was trying to do a hit and run. Either way, darted back to the bag. Count still 3-2. Pitch to Ritchie. Bouncing ball hit over to the shortstop. He'll throw to second. The throw to first, however, will not be in time. So Ritchie will reach on a fielder's choice. Ritchie now at first, and Mike Fitchkin next up for Lander.
Now batting first baseman number 40, Mike Fitchkin.
Two down, bottom of the eighth. Fitchkin 2 for 4, 2 RBI. We'll see what he can do with two down and a runner on first. The first pitch he gets, ball in the dirt, and Ritchie is going to get a stolen base as he's aboard safely at second. A 1-0 count to start for Lander's first baseman.
Always feels good when you can steal a base standing up when there's no throw.
Ritchie now in scoring position. Crooms looking back at the base. Last pitch low in the zone, but good for a strike. Count goes even 1-1. Slight lead off of second for Ritchie. Single from Fitchkin should do the job as he'll look in another strike.
Sure, Crooms was wondering where that call was last at bat. Same spot on the opposite side of the plate. That earned a ball call. And probably, I think that was strike two, that on 2-strike count that he got that call and it would have punched out Ritchie.
1-2 pitch. Takes a hack at the outside delivery as it curls down the line, bouncing off the bag. Bellflower is able to compose himself, makes a snag, and steps on the bag for out number 3. And that will do it. Lander stranding a base runner on board as we go to the top of the ninth. Bearcats leading 6-1. Top of the ninth, and the Bearcats going with a new arm. Praise Thorson set to deal with the ninth as the Bearcats leading 5-1. Thorson, a redshirt senior, a right-handed relief pitcher. 13 appearances, 1-4 on the year with 3 saves. First pitch looked in for a ball. 20 innings of work, 20 hits allowed, 11 runs, 10 earned, walking 9, striking out 30. K per 9 ratio. As a hard hit ball lifted out to left field. It's going to be looked in as it drops for a leadoff single. Chester aboard safely, and now Bellflower will dig in on the left side. Bellflower 1 for 3 as Thorson lets loose a fastball. This one lifted out to left center field as it's going to bounce up and over the fence. A ground rule double. And runners will now be on second and third.
This is not the start you want if you're Jason Burke or Price Thorson. 2 runners in scoring position, no outs. Potential for Georgia College to do a lot of damage here. When you just need 3 outs, you do not want this.
Runners on second and third, a pinch hitter, number 2, Paul Grazzini.
Getting
1-1 count.
Grazzini getting most of the day off today. He was in the starting lineup last night for the Bobcats.
One pitch. Breaking ball lifted out of play down the third baseline. Count moves to 1-2. One-two pitch, hard hit ball out to deep left center field. Back goes Ritchie, who's going to make the grab. Runners will tag. A run is going to come home to score on a sacrifice fly.
If you're Lander, you'll take that trade 100 times out of 100 because 2 more hits like that and the game's over.
Holloway next up. Runner on third. 4-run game now. Thorson kicks and fires. A breaking ball high inside. That's ball 1. Thorson deals the next pitch in for a strike. One pitch. Another ball looked in for a strike. Holloway now with a 1-2 count. Thorson with the 1-2 pitch going outside once again. This one doesn't hit the strike zone. Count goes even 2-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Holloway, out number 2.
Good recovery here from Bryce Thorson to get those next 2 batters out after allowing the first 2 on. See if he can close the door right here.
Now batting number 6, Kyle Gentry.
Definitely getting colder here in Greenwood. The wind changing directions more frequently, and the storms that we're trying to outrace might be coming sooner than expected. Or at least beginning portions of those storms. Thorson deals the 1-0 pitch, a hard hit ball down the right field line, giving Chase his bets. It's going to be a foul ball. Count goes even at 1-1.
Hard to see where that ball lands from here in the press box because the Lander bullpen juts out and it creates a blind spot in that right field corner.
You kind of have to rely on the signals from the umpires and just how the base runners are reacting.
Lander players already ready to take the field and get the field prepared for rain and prepare for game 2. They want to get this game started as soon as possible.
As the last pitch lifted out of play down the third baseline, count now 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Looked in for strike 3, down he goes. Bearcats win back-to-back games as they take the series, and we'll see how they do in Game 3. As Turner mentioned, out come the grounds crew getting the field prepped for Game 3. Lander wins 6-2. We'll be back in about 30 minutes for Game 3. Back here for Game 3 of series against the Lander Bearcats and Georgia College Bobcats. First pitch in for a strike. Justin Walker, starting pitcher for Game 3 of the series, moving quickly as the next pitch to Gentry for a ball. Count is even 1-1. Tall graduate righty sees his pitch hit over to first. Fitchkin fields, tosses to Walker covering the bag. Good for out number 1.
Amazing how quick they got this field ready. They were out and ready to go even before they were shaking hands, getting that mound prepped. And Chris Elsor went out real quick and grabbed the dragger, and they started prepping this field. They want to get at least 5 innings done, make this game official before the rain comes in.
Next up is Young, inside fastball from Walker. That won't hit the strike zone. Count begins at 1-0. Lineup's not changing much other than the starting pitchers for both sides, as Smeltzer will be on the bump for the Bobcats in their green uniforms for Game 2 of this doubleheader, Game 3 of the series. A breaking ball sharply hit through the gap out to left field. Young will be aboard safely with a one-out single.
Have we seen a team this year that has names on the back of their uniforms like Georgia College does?
Not here at Dolny Stadium. Definitely a first, and very helpful from the press box if you're trying to identify a player. And with that, Hill, the center fielder, digs on the left side, 1 down and 1 on. First pitch he sees is going to be looked in for a ball. Hard hit ball out to shallow right field, backpedaling. Betts comes away with the grab, out 2. Two down, 1 aboard. Menlinger next up.
Now batting for 14, Noah Menlinger.
First pitch, Menlinger gets. Hard hit ball out to left center field, but over comes Ritchie. He makes the grab, out number 3.
No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base as we move to the bottom of the first with your score.
No runs coming across in the top of the first. We go to the bottom of the first for Landers' first 3 at-bats.
Sandwiches, refreshing Coke. Center fielder number 23, Bo Ritchie.
Bottom of the first. Bearcats holding the Bobcats off the scoreboard. Ritchie, Fitchkin, and Glanton, first three up. Ritchie, 2 hits, 5 at-bats, 1 run, and 2 RBI. Had himself a triple that brought in a couple of those RBIs. Is leading off. First pitch he gets from Schmelzer. Righty number 15. That's ball 1. Right-handed pitcher, redshirt junior from Savannah, Georgia. As the 1-0 pitch. Off the plate and low for ball 2.
Smeltzer's 6th appearance, only his 2nd start. Just pitched 9 2/3 innings, give up 11 hits, 5 runs, 4 of those earned, struck out 13 with a 3.72 ERA.
2-1 count after the swing and miss. Inside delivery, he sends it for a ride out to right center field. But moving in, making the grab is Grazzini. Mike Fitchkin next up.
Mike Fitchkin.
Two hits, 2 RBIs, 1 run for the first baseman in the first of 2 games. Doubleheader. This obviously being the finale of the 3-game series. Lander with the win in game 1 today took the series, currently up 2-0, trying to go for the sweep. Inside pitch, check swing, ball goes foul and out of play. Moving quickly, Smeltzer goes a low pitch at the knees for strike 2. One-two pitch. Check swing. Appeal goes down to third. Actually, they won't need to. Home plate umpire is going to say that he went around fully on the swing. Out number 2.
Now batting left fielder 19, Rory Glanton.
Rory Glanton next up for the Bearcats. 2 outs, trying to keep the inning alive.
Glanton's still looking for his first hit on the day. Went 0 for 3 earlier today in game 1.
First pitch Glanton sees. He'll take it for a strike. A little swing happy at times against the Bobcat pitchers. Trying to see if he goes with a more reserved approach. Took the first pitch. The 0-1 on the way. Breaking ball inside. Drops low for ball 1.
Yeah, in that last game, he was chasing balls way out of the zone. Was completely fooled by Hester and Crooms throughout the game.
High inside fastball. A little chin music for Glanton. Ball 2. Going inside, Smeltzer hits the strike zone. Count goes even 2-2. Smeltzer getting the sign from Holloway. Deals the outside fastball. Thought he had it. It's going to be called for ball 3, full count.
A lot more patience from Glanton this at bat as compared to his at bats in game 1.
Hard bouncing ball up the middle. It's going to go past the outstretched glove of the second baseman, Gentry. Glanton gets that elusive hit. Keeps it alive with a 2-out single.
That was a great at bat from Glanton. Patient, laying off a couple of pitches that he would swing at in the last game. Able to drop one up the middle for his first hit of the day. He's actually reached base in his last 2 at-bats. He walked in the bottom of the 7th of game 1. And then obviously the single just now.
First pitch he gets, lays off the low outside fastball. Count begins 1-0. Glanton over at first, 1-0 pitch. That'll be taken for a strike. Count goes even 1-1. Smeltzer looking over at first. Glanton with deceptive speed as going with a hit and run. A hard hit ball out to deep right field. Thought we might have a home run for the Bearcats, but a long fly out in the warning track will end the inning. Neither team able to score in the first inning as scoreless going to the second. Five, six, seven hitters leading off for the Bobcats. Scoreless first for both sides. Both sides able to bring across one hit, however. Nothing more to speak about for the first frame as Walker dealing with Bellflower. Righty kicks and fires, low fastball, and that'll be for a ball. Another fastball, this one just below the knees for ball 4.
Never want to start the inning with a 4-pitch walk.
Walker dancing around the strike zone. Brings up Moore.
Now batting number 24, Balin Moore.
Walker second on the team in innings pitched behind Marshall Thompson, making his 11th start. He's allowed 65 hits, 47 runs, 40 earned, walking 20 as a heavy swing and a miss from Moore. Changeup from Walker, and the count starts 0-1. Struck out 48 on the season. .939 K per 9 ratio as a pop fly sent out to shallow left field. Wilder, the shortstop, makes the grab.
Tough play there by Wilder, running it way out there into left field. Glanton coming on right behind him. I'm surprised Glanton didn't call him off with Wilder just backpedaling the whole time. It's hard to make a catch doing that, but he was able to make the grab.
So Chester next up, number 7 hitter. Last pitch, call for a ball. Swing and a miss on the last delivery. Count goes even 1-1.
Definitely trying to pound the zone a little more after that 4-pitch walk, not dancing around as much as he did.
Fly ball down the right field line, quickly goes out of play. .02 pitch, lifted sky high. Fitchin, first baseman, makes the grab, bumps into Betts. Out still made. Two outs, both flyouts. Runners still on first for Georgia College.
Thank goodness he caught that when he did, because that could have been disastrous. Him running into it as the ball's about to go into his glove. But Betts and Fitchin laughing it off.
Bellflower with a small lead off of first. Walker, first pitch against Grazzini, out to deep right field in the warning track, but it will be another flyout, and the Bearcats get out of the inning. Georgia College strands 1, another 0 going up on the board. Bottom of the second, neither team able to score. As leading off will be Evan Harold. Justin Wager and Ward Betts next two up afterwards. Smeltzer on for his second inning. Starting pitcher for game 3 of this series, high inside fastball. Count begins 1-0. One-0 pitch. Sent screaming out of play down the right field line. The count goes even 1-1. Another inside delivery. Count is 2-1. Two-one pitch, low away delivery from Smeltzer. Count goes 3-1. Three-one delivery, jams Harold. He'll send it foul. Full count. Three-two pitch on the way. Harold sends it for a ride out to right center field. Gonna bounce off the wall. Harold rounding first. Stand up, lead off, double for the right fielder.
3-hit day today for Harold. Had 2 in game 1. That's his 3rd with a double out there off the College World Series banners out there in right center field.
Now batting the designated hitter number 27, Justin Wager.
Harold batting .293 coming into game 3 of the series. 27 hits and 21 runs on the season, 7 doubles, 6 home runs, 19 RBI. 1 for 2 stealing bases. Currently on second, slight lead. Wager trying to put down a bunt. Peel goes to the field umpire. Going to be a 1-0 count to begin for Wager. Wager making his second start for the Bearcats, primarily a pinch hitter, very clutch one. Had great success coming in some key moments for the Bearcats as he swings and misses at the inside delivery, even count of 1-1.
That's 3 balls in the last 2 innings that I've seen that been hit to the warning track by both teams. 2 of them obviously died in the air, and then the double by Harold just now.
Foul tip ball ricocheting off of Holloway, the catcher. Hard hit ball laced down the left field line. Gonna drop fair. Harold rounding third. He'll easily make it. Wager doubles as the ball rolled all the way to the wall. Stand up double. Wager replaces Harold at second. And Lander first to score.
Wager does what he does. Hard hit double down the left field line.
You've seen that from the pitch hitter role. Hopefully we can see it more when it comes from the DH role.
Ward bats.
So the second baseman, Ward Betts, next up for the Bearcats. Betts trying to put down a bunt. Breaking ball will fall out of the strike zone. The count begins 1-0.
Wager show bunt, the first pitch of his at bat. Hopefully this at bat for Betts result has the same result.
Outside delivery. Betts still committed to the bunt. He pulled back. 2-0 count. Ethan Harold, shortstop, next up for Lander. Next pitch inside. Betts takes a hack at it but misses. 2-1 count. Two-one pitch, low fastball in the dirt. Count moves to 3-1.
Outfield for Georgia College, once again playing shallow. At least the guys in left and center are right.
3-1 pitch. Going to get away from Holloway, so you'll have a walk for Betts, and Wager, taking advantage, moves to third on the pass ball.
So that's a 2-for-1. You spent the whole at bat trying to bunt the runner over, and now you get another runner on base, and you get the job done that you would have done if you laid down the bunt.
And never a good sign when you have to go out for a mound visit in the second inning. Wilder will come up with 2 on, a runner in scoring position. Two hits, and coming around twice to score was Wilder. Was left on base twice as well.
This is the first time we've really seen a starter struggle in this series from both teams, at least in one inning. Obviously, last game you had the one run coming in the third inning for each team. But starters have really been able to stretch themselves out. It'd be interesting to see how far he goes today or this evening.
Now batting shortstop number 13, Ethan Wilder.
Yeah, Hester really didn't start faltering until the very end of his tenure. He went 6 1/3, and a couple of the runs tacked on to him scored due to Chromes. Wilder sends the first pitch he sees, a fly ball staying in the infield. Shortstop Young makes the grab.
If you're a pitcher in an inning like this, it's always crucial to get that first out.
Especially with a runner on first. This opens up a double play opportunity for Georgia
Now
College.
batting the catcher, number 21, Bradley Davis.
And so the catcher Number 9 hitter, Bradley Davis, next up. Batting from the right side, 1 down and 2 on. First pitch he gets. Throw to second. Not going to be in time to throw home, though. Spiked in the dirt. The slide in time. Wager comes home, and now Betts moves to third.
Georgia College tried to do a sneak little play. Faked the throw down the second and had the second baseman cut across the grass behind the pitcher's mound and tried to get the runner darting home, but the throw was way offline and allowed Betts to advance to third on the play.
College, number 7, Austin Holloway.
We apologize for having to step away there for the last couple at-bats at the bottom of the second, along with broadcasting, also handling statistical duties. So I want to make sure that we had everything in place. 3 runs do come across for Lander. They'll take a 3-0 lead as we're in the top of the third. 3-0 Bearcats over the Bobcats. Holloway leading off.
Talking about getting everything right with stats. Baseball's a fairly simple sport until it isn't. A play can start off fairly simple. Next thing you know, you're spending 10 minutes trying to figure out how to score it.
As the last pitch off the plate for ball. Walker kicks and fires fastball. That will be a ball as well. 3-0 count.
Once again, getting behind the leadoff hitter 3-0.
9-1, 2 hitters leading off as Walker's last pitch in for a strike. Walker getting in a groove. Last 2 pitches called for strikes. Full count 3-2. Three-two on the way, low, and that will be ball 4.
Another leadoff walk. He was able to work around it last inning. Let's see if he can do the same thing again this half.
Now batting number 6, Kyle Gentry.
Lander in all 3 games have been able to score at least a run in the first 3 innings against Georgia College.
In baseball, it's crucial to get out to that early first inning lead or first third lead.
Hit a run, but Bo Ritchie going all the way out to left field comes away with a grab, sending Holloway back to first.
I heard something interesting from head coach Monty Lee at Clemson the other day. Listening to his press conference, he said in a lot of these games you'll see an inning where the winning team will put up a run total in an inning higher than the opposing team will score. And you saw that in the last game with the Bearcats' 7th inning putting up a 5 spot. Let's see if that holds true with a 3 spot and whatever they decide to put up in the rest of the game.
Foul tip ball for Young. Off the backstop, count begins 0-1. No balls, 1 strike to begin the at-bat. Walker looking over at first. Holloway slight lead and taking a chance, trying to get the out. Throw to first, not in time. Of course, game before this, both teams scored in the first 3 innings, 1 apiece for both sides, coming in the third. A 1 pitch, swing and a miss, deceptive changeup as Young goes to 1 knee on the heavy swing.
And that's the universal sign that you got fooled as a batter. If you have to drop the 1 knee, it means you were off balance. You were expecting something different.
Still a slight lead for Holloway off of first. Walker focuses on the batter on hand. Bouncing ball goes foul. Count remains the same. Bearcats donning their black alternate uniforms. Blue lettering with a white trim. 0-2 pitch, fastball sent for a ride, but quickly going foul and out of play down the right field line. 0-2 still your count. Black pants with white stripes going down the side, and Georgia College going back to their green uniforms, blue lettering with white trim, and gray pants.
Something I've seen more and more Lander teams use over the last couple of years is the black uniforms, and I think the shade of blue that you have in your color scheme works really well with the black, and it's the main color of the uniform.
0-2 pitch once again high. Young leaves alone the high gas and count now 1-2. One-two pitch, swing and a miss. Down goes Young.
Got him to go down to a knee a couple times in the at-bat and was able to get him down that second time to strike him out.
And just in terms of teams right now that have black uniforms for Lander, obviously baseball and softball have a pair of black uniforms. Women's basketball has a set of grays that they'll occasionally pull out.
Volleyball has their black uniforms. And
Yep.
You see occasionally the libero wear it, and then the team will wear it on occasion. They break them out, usually if they have the fall season around Halloween time, they'll usually have a home game that week of Halloween. They'll like to wear those black uniforms that week.
Hill currently up, sent the first pitch he saw, foul. Holloway still on first. Leadoff hitter was walked. Inside pitch, muscled out to right field. It's going to drop in. Runners now on first and second.
It sounded like he might have jammed him a little bit on that hit. It sounded good, but just did not have the bat speed you would expect from the sound, and it's what sounded like solid contact.
We talked about this in the first game. It doesn't matter how pretty a swing is or how pretty a hit sounds. If you get jammed, but you're able to muscle it out, kind of just send a dying bird to land safely, you'll take that 10 times out of 10. 2 down, 2 on for Georgia College as Medlinger swings and misses at the first delivery from Walker. Medlinger going 1 for 4, stranded on base twice. In the earlier game of this doubleheader, inside delivery, no good from Walker. Doesn't really like the call on that.
Medlinger actually a two-way player here for the Bobcats. Has played 28 games and has 7 appearances as a pitcher and has a save recorded to his name. Has pitched for 11 innings.
Always good to have a couple of those players on staff just in case. Ran across that with UNC Pembroke, their second baseman. I'm sorry, but that's a cheat code. The fact that you can have your second baseman play 6 innings at a position, maybe go 1 for 3, 1 for 2, and then come in and bring 98-mile-per-hour gas without really having to warm up in the pen.
Boy, the Shohei Ohtani on us.
Walker hits the strike zone on the last pitch.
Yeah, he came in. He was just absolutely blowing away the Bearcat batters.
Hill on first, Holloway on second as Walker deals with Medlinger. The pitch pokes his bat out, sends it foul and out of play down the left field line. Runners in motion. Hard hit ball. Betts dives. It's going to bounce off his glove, rolling out to right field. 1 run will come in, an RBI single.
Leadoff walk comes around. That's why you never like to put the leadoff person on if you're a pitcher.
Bellflower up. Runners on the corners with 2 outs.
Now batting number 22, Brandon Bellflower.
Update from Huntsville, Alabama, where Lander leads the Chargers of Alabama Huntsville 6-5 at the half. It's a close game when Alabama Huntsville came up here. I believe Lander won that game in overtime.
Had to go a couple overtimes, I believe. That was a very long back and forth game. Neither team really able to gain much ground. Walker fires the first pitch, swing and a miss from Bellflower. Wind beginning to gust and blow a little harder than it has most of the day. Might be lucky and have the Storms just go on from the outside. Swing and a miss on the next pitch, 0-2 the count. Still no rain to speak of, and hopefully it stays like that until this game is over. Oh-2 pitch on the way. Up the middle to Walker. He jumps, fields, throws to first. A 1-3 ground out ends things, but not before a run comes across for Georgia College. Scores 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third inning, Bearcats still leading, but only by 2. Fitchkin leading off. New pitcher on the mound, number 39. As the first pitch dealt, lifted out to center field. Hill makes the grab, out number 1. That being Aiden McAllister, a left-hander from Shawnee, Georgia. Used to play at Georgia Southern.
According to their website, he's from Greenwood High School. Traditional powerhouse in the state in the highest classification, 6A and 7A. Won a national championship, I believe, probably be in his time there. Yeah, they're traditional powerhouse in the state of Georgia and in the nation.
First pitch, inside. Glanton dancing away from the plate. Count begins 1-0. Streeter next up for the Bearcats. Swing and a miss, taking it bit off the last pitch. McAllister. Count goes even 1-1. Lefty kicks and fires. Glanton swings and misses, trying to connect.
Interesting to see the dichotomy between his two at-bats here. He's back to chasing stuff out of the zone. A lot more patient in his first at-bat today, and it led to his single up the middle.
Trying to take advantage of the last pitch going foul down the third baseline. Trying to take advantage of the lefty arm as a righty hitter. One-two count. As McAllister slowing things down, and with that, Glanton will step out of the box.
As a batter, you have a mental clock that you want to have before you step out.
Inside pitch, and that's going to plunk Glanton on the knee.
Now batting third base, number 1, bases
Send the
Streeter.
bat a little bit higher than you see most people do after a hit by pitch. Looked like he was celebrating a home run on that. That was just walking to first.
Streeter next up, one down and one aboard. McAllister staring Glanton over at first. Streeter takes the first pitch he sees for a strike. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, changeup. Glanton, slight lead off of first. 0-2 pitch on the way. Hard hit ball out to right center field. It's going to drop in for at least a single for Streeter. Glanton races all the way around to third.
Glanton was not stopping at second base. He was flying around that bag to get to third.
Two aboard on the corners, and Harold looking to do some damage.
Now batting right fielder, number 14, Evan Harold.
Harold 1 for 1 so far today. On the second, Harold and Wager back-to-back doubles. First pitch, he's dealt from McAllister. Going to be off the plate for a ball. One-zero pitch, swing and a miss. Harold trying to send that pitch on a drive. Going with the off-speed pitch this time around. Another swing and a miss from Harold. Count moves to 1-2.
Second half just beginning in Huntsville. Lander extends the lead to 7-5.
Time being called. Harold stepping out of the box. Runners on first and third with slight leads. 1-2 pitch. Hard hit ball out to deep left center field. To the wall. Gone. Harold with a 3-run blast. Lander increases its lead 6-1.
Have yourself a day, Evan Harold. That's his 4th hit of the day. And first 3 RBIs, I believe. Huge insurance runs to add on right now if you're Lander after Georgia College put up a 1 in the top half of the inning. Yeah, he hit that thing right into the trees to the left of the batter's eye.
And so Wager next up. It's part of those back-to-back doubles with Harold. McAllister, first pitch he deals to Wager. Be taken for a ball. 1-0 count. One 0 count now, swing and a miss, even count of 1-1. McAllister, green glove matching the uniform combo. Kicks and fires the 1-1 pitch. High changeup, but Wager takes a hack at it, unable to connect. 1-2.
That's Harold's 5th hit of the series. Had 1 hit in Game 1 last night.
One-two pitch. Wager gets a hold of it. Fly ball sent into fair territory, a dog and pony show. Grazzini having to jump over Gentry, the second baseman, to make the grab.
A lot of miscommunication going on along that left field line. You saw Betts and Fishkin run into each other on a pop-up earlier in the game, and now 3 players don't communicate with each other, and you almost have them all 3 run into each other.
You had Bellflower, Gentry, and Grazzini, first, second, and the right fielder, all trying to lay claim. 2 down, and Ward Betts batting from the left side. He's going to get plunked in the back, and the inning will continue.
Not as big as a bat flip on that hit by pitch by Betts.
Wilder next up, number 8 hitter.
Now batting shortstop number 13, Ethan Wilder.
First pitch, swing and a miss. Bolting for second, the tag.
In time.
In time. Betts thrown out at second. And that's going to do it for the third, but not before 3 more runs come across from Harold's blast to left center field. It's 6-1 as we go to the 4th.
Leading off for Georgia College, number 24, Balin Moore.
Top of the fourth, Bearcats extending their lead to 5, 6-1. 6, 7, 8 hitters leading off for Georgia College. Moore batting from the left side. First pitch he gets from Walker, swings and misses. Count begins 0-1.
We've been talking about impending weather all day. Third round of the Masters was just suspended due to weather in the Augusta area.
Outside delivery from Walker, doesn't hit the strike zone. Count now even 1-1.
Round of showers was at Abbeville last time I checked, and it's closing in on Greenwood, South Carolina right now.
Just looking at the radar, we are expecting rain. To the severity of it, I think it's been downgraded since earlier today. As the changeup left high above the zone, 2-1 now the count.
System's definitely breaking up. There's a gap between this first wave and a potential second wave coming up that's about in Athens, Georgia right now.
Walker, pitch gets away from him, goes inside. Jumping away from the plate is Moore. 3-1 the count now. Three-one pitch, low fastball, and that will be ball 4. Another inning that Walker has walked the leadoff hitter. Chester, number 7 hitter, next up.
Now batting number 5, Matthew Chester.
That's third inning in a row that Walker has walked the leadoff batter. Last time it came back to bite him as he came around to score. But he was only able to, that was the only run that was able to score. Hopefully he's able to put another 0 on the board.
First pitch to Chester drops in for a strike. Swing and a miss. Count now 0-2.
Lander Men's Lacrosse with a 4-0 run in the third quarter against Alabama Huntsville. Is a 10-5 game with 7:06 left in the third period.
Be interesting to see how that one concludes. 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Davis smothers it, rolling down the first base line, but Moore not bolting from his bag. Wisely so. Oh, 2 pitch on the way. Foul tipped. Just getting a piece of the outside fastball. One-two pitch. In for strike 3. Delayed call from the home plate umpire. Walker gets the changeup in on the upper part of the zone. One down, 1 aboard. Grazzini next up.
Now batting number 2, Paul Grazina.
Tomatoes at this point.
I say Grazzini the first time and didn't see anything, so I say Grazina this time and didn't see anything.
Walker gets the first pitch in for a strike, an 0-1 count to begin the at-bat. Slight lead off of first from Moore. Walker kicks and fires. The 0-1 turns into 1-1 off the plate. One pitch. Runner bolting. Davis, the throw. will be not in time.
Just barely got under the tag right there. Throw was half a second late.
Last pitch in for a strike, a 1-2 count, 1 down. Bobcats with a runner in scoring position. One-two pitch. It's going to plunk Grazzini, and now runners on first and second.
Walker making the argument that Grazzini did not try to get out of the way of that one. He leaned into it a little bit, but to no avail.
Holloway next up. 2 aboard, just 1 out.
Number 7, Austin Holloway.
Verlander, best case scenario, a ground ball that you can try to turn 2 on. And now Jason Burke, head coach of the Bearcats, out to have a word with his starter.
Looking back at the replay, it looked like Grazzini didn't give much effort to try to get out of the way of that one. Kind of thrust his back into it. Not as egregious as we saw in the play with the Mets and Marlins the other day, where he sticks his arm out, blatantly sticks his arm out to try to get hit.
Meeting over as Coach Burke heads back to the dugout. Although up by 5 runs, just the way things have been going, you would like to think that Walker could get out of this inning without letting up too many runs.
Yeah, but he sees 2 runs on and knows one swing of the bat can easily make this a 2-run game.
First pitch dealt to Holloway. Laces one up and over the jumping Wilder out to left field. Glanton having trouble picking it up, but a single will load the bases.
Now batting number 6, Kyle Gentry.
Top of the order, Gentry, 1 down, bases juiced.
This is what you want to avoid if you're Jason Burke. Immediately right after the mound visit, gives up a single. Now the bases are loaded. Luckily, if you're Walker, you still can get out of this with a double play, and the middle infield's still playing at double play depth.
High delivery to Gentry. Count starts at 1-0.
But Walker has definitely been playing with fire the last couple of innings.
Walker not happy with the signals coming from Davis. Steps off the mound. We'll go through another round. One 0 pitch. Well above the zone. Slips out of the hand. Count now 2-0. Charlie, you mentioned double play depth. I think the only person not really playing in that depth would be Streeter over at third. About a couple feet away from the grass of the infield.
He's playing in, trying to get that force at home.
2-0 pitch on the way. Low fastball, and Walker trying to paint around the edges. I understand why you're trying to do that, but
Have anywhere to put him.
the only place to put him is currently occupied, which would bring home a run. I'm assuming as the 3-0 pitch looked in for a strike. Gentry was told, don't swing at anything that's on the edges. Let him pitch to you. Because if you start swinging at, a high pitch or a pitch off the zone, that's how you can get a ball turned into a double play. Throw to third. I don't think Streeter was really ready for that.
No, I don't think he was either.
So he had to kind of race back to the bag.
Not playing at pickoff really position. He's playing pretty far off the bag.
I think that might have been more of a I need time pickoff, and there's the walk. Runners will move to the next available base, and Moore steps on home plate.
When the count got to 3-0, I saw a couple people run out to the Bearcat bullpen. Be interesting to see how much further Jason Burke lets Walker go this inning, and if he gets out of it, this will be his last.
Young up, bases still loaded. Lander just needs a ground ball to at least try to get 2. First pitch dealt. Fastball off the plate. Walker, not sure if it's by design or maybe just nerves, but still trying to hit the outside part of the plate.
No one really holding any of the runners on. So each of the runners have a big lead off their base.
Inside pitch sent for a ride, deep left center field. It's going to be caught by Ritchie. Runners are going to tag. Another run will come home to score, but that's out number 2.
That's a big out right there. Obviously, you trade a run for it, but with now a 3-run lead, I think you'd make that trade. But from the look of it off the bat, I thought that one might have had a chance of going out. Especially with the wind that we have going on right now.
I think the wind may have helped it, blowing in just enough, but a couple feet away from the warning track, and that could have been a grand slam. Runners on the corner, and Hill, number 3 hitter for Georgia College, set to dig in on the left side.
That's probably the worst way to have someone tie a game, is giving up a game-tying grand slam, because you go from 4 up to tied in an instant.
Hill sends the first pitch from Walker out of play down the third baseline. 0-1 count to begin.
Once again, this all started with a leadoff walk.
And now Walker trying to close the inning. 2 runs coming across. A run came in the previous inning. 6-3 is now your score. Hard hit ball out to right field. Harold getting under it and makes the grab. So 2 runs come across on 1 hit, and 2 Bobcats are stranded on base. 6-3 as we go to the bottom of the inning. Wilder, Davis, and Ritchie, first three up for the Bearcats. Bottom of the fourth, Lander up 6-3. First pitch from the new pitcher, that being number 16, Forrest Wilson, right-handed redshirt sophomore from Marietta, Georgia. Count 0-1. As Wilson taking his time, the righty deals the next pitch low and away for ball one.
If you're Lander, you'd like to see another couple runs put on the board, make that net gain that Georgia College just got in the back, that top half, a 0.
Low fastball. Wilder not happy, asking the home plate exactly where that was in the strike zone. Wilson making his 8th appearance. He's 1-0 on the year, 10 2/3 innings of work. Bouncing ball, foul tipped. Wilson letting up 12 hits, 15 runs, all earned. He's walked 7, struck out 10, ERA of 12.66. One-two pitch. Bouncing ball hit over to Gentry. Second baseman cleanly fields, throws to Bellflower at first. 4-3 ground out begins the inning. Which brings up Bradley Davis, the catcher for Lander.
Now batting the catcher, number 21, Bradley Davis.
First pitch to Davis, in for a strike.
How many innings we got again?
What?
We gotta get 5 in.
Outside delivery for a ball. One pitch. Bouncer in the dirt before it even reached home plate. The count now, at least 2 balls. Davis calling for time. Count is 3-1. Inside delivery, and that's ball 4. Bearcats get their leadoff hitter. Excuse me, not their leadoff hitter. Second hitter up aboard.
Now batting center field, number 3, Bo Ritchie.
Top the lineup coming up.
Ritchie 0 for 2 today. First pitch he gets. That bounce off the backstop, the throw to second. Not in time. So Davis safely aboard second on the pass ball. Almost turned into a pass ball that then would have been a 2-6 caught stealing. Backstop can be your enemy or your friend.
You and I talked about this last weekend against Young Harris, how this brick backstop create some less than friendly bounces if you're a base runner. It can ricochet. We saw it ricochet all the way back to the pitcher a couple times.
And even without that brick backstop, there really isn't much room behind home plate to begin with.
Yeah.
1-0 count turns to a 1-1. Richie sending it out of play. It's interesting you can tell kind of where a ballpark lies in terms of affiliation by the amount of foul room it has. As a hard hit ball over to third, fielded by Mendlinger, throw to first. Bellflower having to lunge, but he gets the grab. 5-3 ground out. And just kind of finishing that thought, you typically see with like single A and low single A to high single A, most part foul territory isn't as large as compared to a major league ballpark.
You have the real exception in the major leagues is the Oakland Coliseum, built for football, and you just have those massive foul territory areas.
Hard hit ball. Fitchkin sends one out to right center field. This one is going to bounce off the fence. Going for two. Davis is going to score easily. And Fitchkin brings home a run.
I like to see that with Fitchkin's first hit of the game. That's his third on the day, his third RBI.
Now batting left fielder 19, Rory Glanton.
Rory Glanton, next hitter up for the Bearcats. Glanton 1 for 1. 2 down and a runner in scoring position. Wilson kicks and fires outside fastball. And again, with that backstop, Fetchkin really not in a position to possibly bolt for third, even if that was a pass ball, considering how hard Wilson's throwing. Probably would have bounced right back to Holloway. Glanton now with a 2-0 count, going back to a more reserved approach. Two-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Count moves to 2-1. Wilson's 2-1 pitch, fastball throw to second. Amazing jump by Gentry to keep that in the infield.
Got away from Holloway right there. That almost skirted into the outfield. Would have been at least a free bag for Fishkin, maybe two, depending on where that got to, because that thing was curving toward the gap.
Last pitch called a strike as Wilson rears back. Another off the plate delivery. A full count. Seen a lot of pitches from Wilson veer off the plate. Holloway getting his work cut out for him. Three-two pitch, and that's ball 4. Runners on first and second for the Bearcats, and Mason Streeter due up.
Now batting third base number 1, Mason Streeter.
Streeter 1 for 2 so far today. Single to right center. Back in the bottom of the third, came around to score on Harold's 3-run blast. The first pitch he'll take will be an inside fastball. That's called for strike one. If you're just joining us, score is 7-3 in favor of Lander. Bearcats have scored at least a run in the last 3 innings. 3 runs coming in the second and the third, and 1 here in the bottom of the fourth. 2 down, runner in scoring position, along with a runner on first for Lander. Forrest Wilson on the mound, fastball in the dirt, even count of 1-1. Breaking ball sent bouncing foul down the third baseline.
Just got over the top of that one, able to skirt it foul.
Another bouncing ball down the third baseline will go foul. Count 1-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Streeter, and that will do it for the fourth. Lander scores 1. They'll take a 7-3 lead going in the fifth. Walker on for his 5th inning as Mendlinger leading off, took the first pitch for a ball. Second pitch also for a ball.
Once again, getting behind the leadoff guy for the 4th consecutive inning.
3 straight balls dealt by Walker. .30 pitch, fastball, and that's going to be 4 straight balls.
4th consecutive leadoff guy to reach base for Georgia College in this game.
That is not a good trend.
No, it is not. Especially if you want to try to preserve this 4-run lead. You saw them put up a 2-spot last inning.
Five straight balls dealt by Walker as Bellflower begins his at-bat with a 1-0 count. Runner bolting for second.
Just like that, got runner in scoring position.
Runner in scoring position for Georgia College. Walker gets a pitch in for a strike. Throw to second. Tag won't be in time. Pitch from Walker sent foul and out of play. Walker, not happy with the signs, steps off the mound. Menlinger goes back to second in the process.
While they're going in and out, like he wants to pick off, another pick off to second base.
Inside delivery is going to bounce off the shin. Actually, no, they're going to say it hit Bellflower. So Menlinger will go back to second. Which I guess in that situation is your lose-win.
Yeah, I'd much rather take that. Because now you have the force at any base, except for home, obviously, and double play chance is in order.
Head coach Jason Burke coming out to the mound. He's peering over at the bullpen. And we're going to have a pitching change. So that will do it for Justin Walker. 2 runners aboard in the top of the 5th. We'll take a quick break and let you know the new arm coming in for the Bearcats. 7-3 your score here at Dolny Stadium. New pitcher now in for the Bearcats. That's going to be number 11, right-handed redshirt junior from Duncan, South Carolina, Davis Agel. As he sees his first pitch foul down the third base line and out of play.
This is less than ideal situation if you want to come in as a reliever.
Walker's line not closed just yet. Agel, appearing in 9 games, started twice this year, a win and a loss through 19 innings. He appears back at second. The 0-1 pitch, low fastball. Moore leaves it alone. Agel's allowed 8 runs, all earned, walking 12, striking out 17. K per 9 ratio of about 8, and a 3.79 ERA. Outside fastball, count now 2-1.
Really cannot afford to walk the bases loaded here.
We've seen what Georgia College can do when they do get the bases loaded. They bring in runs. Agel kicks and fires, 2-1 pitch. This one curling out to left field. Glanton having to backpedal, but makes the grab for the out.
And no advancements for the runner, which is crucial. Keep the double play intact and keep that force at any base.
Chester, next hitter up.
Now by number 5, Matthew Chester.
Number 7 hitter for the Bobcats. Agel, breaking ball, drops in for strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch, runners in motion. Throw to second. In time, Benlinger moves to third.
Beautiful throw there by Davis to nab Menlinger.
Runner on third, 0-2 count. Agel wasting no time, fires the pitch. This one lifted into foul territory. And Fitchkin makes the grab. Out number 3. Bearcats get out of the inning without letting up a run. It's 7-3 as we go to the bottom of the 5th.
That's right fielder number 14, Evan Harold.
Evan Harold leading off for the Bearcats. He'll dig in on the right side. Got Lander going earlier this game with a 3-run blast. He sends one screaming up and over the glove of Menlinger, third baseman, for a hit. It kind of hops up.
Hitter number 27, Justin Wager.
So leadoff hit for Harold. Brings up Wager. Wager 1 for 2. Doubled as he takes the first pitch in for a strike. Oh, 1. Call it a strike, but the ball getting away from Holloway. Slight lead off second for Harold. Wager foul tips it, bounces off the chest protector of Holloway. Luckily, it might have also bounced off the chest protector of the home plate umpire as well. Count still 0-2. Harold still on second as Wager awaits the next pitch from Wilson. Pitch on the way off the plate, almost getting away from Holloway. Harold will stick around at second. Count now 1-2. Wilson now deals an inside pitch. That's going to plunk Wager. Not exactly how you drew that one up, but another base runner gets aboard for Lander. 2 aboard, no out.
Now batting second baseman number 4, Willard Betts.
Ward Betts, next hitter up for the Bearcats. Wilson kicks and fires. High pitch going to be called for a ball. Betts trying to put a bunt and move everyone along.
Seems to have been the play the last several times he's been up the bat. He's had a bunt opportunity. I don't think he's put one down though.
Go with the bunt once again. He'll pull it back. Outside fastball, 2-0 count.
Obviously, you're not going to put one down if he keeps throwing balls outside the zone.
Menlinger, the third baseman, on the infield grass, expecting that bunt. And it's put down the third base line. Fielded by the third baseman. He throws to first. Betts does his job. Sacrifices himself to put runners in scoring position.
Now batting shortstop number 13, Ethan Wilder.
First pitch to number 8 hitter Wilder, taken for a strike.
Big chance here for the freshman for his first hit of the game, 2 in scoring position.
0-1 pitch. Thought about pulling the trigger and swinging. He holds back, even kind of 1-1, holds up a hand and tells his teammates to stay on their bag. Bouncing ball goes foul down the third baseline. Wilder now with a 1-2 count. Infield playing very shallow. Not wanting anything, or not wanting to allow anything that would prevent a throw home to get out a would-be runner. Breaking ball, and Wilder swings and misses. All go down swinging.
Now batting the catcher, number 21, Bradley Davis.
Bradley Davis, the catcher, next up. Lander with 2 outs now. Davis looking to get a hold of something and bring home a couple runs. Time immediately called. First pitch, Davis takes a strike.
Davis yet to record an official at-bat today.
Bouncing ball, it's going to go foul down the third baseline. Davis 0-0. Does have 1 RBI. Hard hit ball out to deep right field, but tracking it down, Grazzini, the right fielder, makes the grab for out number 3. Lander still leading 7-3 as we're now through 5. Agel on for his first full inning. And let me change the wording of that. The first full inning of work that he did not have to come out of the bullpen for, as he has thrown a full inning. Justin Walker unable to get an out in the 5th. Top of the 6th, Lander leading 7-3. The right fielder Grazzini 0 for 1 so far. 1-2 count. Righty Agel fires. This one sent for a ride down the third baseline, going foul. Agel fires the next pitch. That one's low for a ball. Next pitch, fastball off the plate for a ball. Two pitch on the way. That's high. Actually, that was ball 3 before the pitch. Ball 4 as Grazzini takes his base.
And that's another lead-off walk for the Bearcat pitchers.
Are we up to 5 consecutive innings now?
I believe that is correct. And it's amazing that the Georgia College has only been able to scrape across 3 runs total in that 5-inning stretch. It's credit to the Bearcat pitchers, but you can't keep putting yourself in a hole early on with a runner at first.
Agel kicks and fires, low fastball inside. Count begins 1-0. Holloway 1 for 1 so far today. Runner bolting for second. The throw will be in time.
What? Back-to-back innings with throw by Bradley Davis to nab a runner at second.
And that's out number 1. Georgia College loses its base runner.
I get why you want to be aggressive, but you're down 4 runs. You can't be losing base runners like that super early, especially when they're putting your leadoff runner on basically every single inning.
Next pitch, Agel fires a fastball lifted down the first base line, curling out of play. Holloway singled back in the 3rd. Excuse me, Holloway walking in the 3rd. Next pitch in for a strike. He singled in the 4th. Two count for the number 9 hitter. Agel with the pitch off the plate. Holloway doesn't bite. Full count. Three-two pitch. Agel goes with the fastball.
Oh,
Thought that might be called for a strike. It is not.
That looked like from here it got the edge, inside edge of the plate, but he just doesn't get the call. And that's where you're fortunate to get that.
Now batting number 6, Kyle
Get that
Humphrey.
caught stealing, because then you would have had first and second with no out, which again makes their question to be aggressive on the base pass even more questionable.
Top of the order, Gentry digs in on the left side. One down and one on. Sizable lead for Holloway off of first. Eagle rears back. He sees his pitch lifted out of play down the third baseline. The count begins 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch. Another fastball. Count goes even 1-1. Lander looking to keep Georgia College scoreless for another inning. Eagle with the fastball, unable to hit the zone. It's for a ball. Two-one pitch on the way. Another high delivery. 3-1. Three-one pitch, runner in motion, swing and a miss. The throw to second won't be in time. Gentry with a full count now, and Holloway with the stolen base.
Couldn't quite get the pop-up time correct on that one. Good steal by Holloway. Again, Georgia College continuing to be aggressive on the base pass.
Holloway leading off of second. Eagle, 3-2 pitch. Low, gets away from Davis as it rolls towards the dugout of the Bearcats. So you'll have a runner on first and Holloway reaching on a pass ball.
And without that caught stealing, it would now be bases loaded with no one out.
Now by number 4, Patrick Young.
Number 2 hitter Young, 1 away and 2 on. First pitch to Young. This one lifted out to right center field. Gonna go all the way to the wall. 1 run's gonna come home to score. 2 runs will come home to score on a 1-out double from Young.
Lander has yet to record an out from a ball in play. The only out coming from that caught stealing by Bradley Davis. And you just have walks. And now you have the double here, and that scores 2 runs. You got to start recording outs right here, or else this could be a tie game very, very quickly.
First pitch to Hill. Sent foul into the protective netting down the third baseline. Count starts 0-1. Next pitch fouled out of play. Once again down the third baseline, 0-2 count.
Tying run at the plate with Cam Hill, and he's shown he's got a little bit of power. He hit a triple in game 1 of this series. Really would not like to see history repeat itself right here.
0-2 pitch. Another ball lifted out of play. Once again down the third baseline. Count remains 0-2.
Surprised Jason Burke hasn't made a trip out to the mound yet.
Hard hit ball, sky high. It's going to be about middle of the outfield. Ritchie comes in, makes the grab. Young sticks around at second. Third baseman Menlinger Next up,
Now batting number 14, Noah Bindlinger.
two down, runner in scoring position for Georgia College. Ball's going to get away from Davis as it's Eagle making a mad dash towards it, sliding and thought about firing home. Young will stay at third.
Bradley Davis lost the baseball, couldn't figure out where it was, and Eagle's trying to point him to it. And eventually it's like, I got to go do this myself or else the runner's going to come around and score.
Hard hit ball goes out of play down the left field line. Eagle, next pitch. Check swing, bounces foul down the third baseline.
You take fortunate luck like that. Didn't really want to make contact with that one, but he broke the plane and made contact and went foul. But how deep Streeter was playing there, that might have been an infield hit if that stayed fair.
Eagle slowing things down, gets the pitch he likes. 1-2, another ball lifted for a ride. It curls, foul and out of play. Might have landed in the opposing bullpen.
A lot of solid contact from Menlinger in this at bat. You're 1-2. Got a couple pitches you can work with here. Let's see what Eagle tries to do.
Bouncing ball over to first, fielded by Fitchkin, who's going to step on first himself. And that will do it for the top of the sixth. Georgia College creeps closer. It's now 7-5 Lander. 1, 2, 3 hitters leading off for Lander. Ritchie, Fitchkin, and Glanton. Ritchie takes the first pitch from the new pitcher, Strudel, number 20. Right-handed redshirt sophomore from Evans, Georgia. 1-0 pitch. That's low and away for ball 2. Two-zero pitch on the way. That'll be taken for strike 1.
Evans, Georgia, just outside of Augusta, about a midpoint between here and Milledgeville, where Georgia College is located.
Bouncing ball goes foul down the third baseline.
That name sounds familiar to some Bearcat fans. I believe that is where, in a regular year, the Peach Belt Soccer Tournament is held. And obviously, the men's team's constant player in that tournament. And so Bearcat fans have gotten used to their teams making the trek there.
Change up, swing and a miss from Ritchie. He goes down swinging for out number 1. Brings up Fitchkin, who's had himself some clutch hits today. 1 for 3, or I say a clutch hit. Fitchkin gets a hold of the first pitch he sees, sends it out to right field. Grazzini makes the grab, however, out number 2. And so Rory Glanton, 1 for 1 today, be the next Bearcat up.
Now batting up, go to number 19, Rory Glanton.
But first, Glandon will have a word with the third base coach, go over how they want to attack this at-bat with 2 outs. Lights slowly coming on here at Dolny Stadium. First pitch, inside fastball. Count begins 1-0.
Darker clouds starting to move in from our left. Southwest direction.
1-0 count, no runners aboard. Glannon takes the next pitch. Outside delivery from Strugel. Count goes even 1-1. Bearcats started off with 3 runs in the second, 3 in the third, and a run in the fourth. Haven't been able to plate any other runs as Glandon sends one, a hard hit ball out to left field, but Chester's there to meet it for the out. We're now through 6. Lander leads 7-5.
Lander 7, Georgia College.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the bottom of the 7th. Strugel still on the mound for Georgia College. Mason Streeter leading things off for Lander. And the rain finally getting here to Dolny Stadium. Streeter's going to go down swinging.
Oh, man. I don't know about that one, and Jason Burke agrees with me. He did not look like he went on that pitch. At least go all the way around. Looked like he was able to hold up, but he got rung up. And Jason Burke is not very pleased right now. Probably saying some words that we cannot repeat over the air.
Now batting right fielder number 14, Evan Harrell.
And I'm not entirely sure if you all could hear the crowd, but definitely a hometown crowd showing who they're going for as the rain continues to pick up. It's visibly pouring down at a much consistent pace now. And now the home plate umpire is giving Coach Burke a warning. I can understand if you're upset because of how things are going now. But the fact that they didn't even do an appeal to any of the field umpires and they just called for the swinging strike, I think that's what's irking.
What got Jason Burke really. That might have bumped it up a little bit as the rain continues to pick up.
I think that's. Yeah, I think the lack of appeal is what irks him more than the fact that a borderline pitch got called for a strike, or they're saying that he went around.
As I say, because in all honesty, you don't get a good view of how far that bat goes standing behind the plate, and that's why you have that field umpire to appeal to. And one of the things about losing that lead in the top of the 7th is this game is official. So if for some reason we cannot complete this game now, it will go down as a tie and not a Bearcat win.
You know, any other sport, a tie doesn't look bad, but for baseball, it just looks ugly.
It would look ugly, and especially if you look deeper into this game and see that Lander had a 7-3 lead at one point, it will.
Well, I'm just more talking about like a tie in baseball. It's like you don't put those two things together.
No.
And unfortunately, with COVID and the shortened season, there's really not much you can do in terms of rescheduling. Harold goes down swinging. That's back-to-back swinging strikeouts for Strugel.
Yeah, the PBC rule, you have 24 hours to complete a series from when game 1 is, and that's why there's so many doubleheaders. That you have one game that starts late at night, and then you have the 2 games the following afternoon.
Okay, when you put it like that, the ruling is 48 hours to complete all. Yeah.
48 hours to complete the games, and not the usual 3-game weekend series that you'll see even in D1 baseball this year.
Wind's starting to pick up a bit more. You can tell based on the protective netting as well as the uniforms. Hard hit ball up the middle. It's going to be fielded by the shortstop. Wager gets aboard with a single.
Not much you could do there if you're gone. That ball was just smoked, and it was going for a gap. Did a great job keeping it in front of them. You don't want to risk throwing it and sailing the throw and potentially having Wager get the second.
Ward Betts yet to record an official at bat. Couple walks. There's at least a sacrifice bunt put down in there. Strudel turns and throws to first. Another one of those 3-quarter delivery pitchers. A lot of movement on their throws as well. Strugel, first pitch to Betts. That'll be taken for strike one.
Rain continues to pick up, and you see the
Sharply hit ball finds its way in the dugout of the Bearcats.
a little bit of friendly fire going on right here. I was about to say, you see the warning track gravel starting to show a little sign of dampness. Infield still looks fairly dry to me right now, but we'll see how that holds up, especially if this rain starts to pick up a little bit as the game progresses.
Next pitch, that's off the plate for a ball. Wager, slight lead off of first still. As Strugel dealing with Betts. The 1-2 pitch. This one sent out to right field. Razzini moving into right center field makes the grab, and that will do it as the Bearcats and Bobcats tied at 7 through 7. New pitcher now on the mound for Lander. That's number 38, Matthew Ellis. Freshman righty from Abbeville, South Carolina. The first pitch he deals to Young ends up in the backstop.
8th appearance for Ellis. 9 innings pitched, no record, no saves. 8 hits, 7 runs, only 4 of those earned. Struck out 12, a 4 flat ERA.
1-0 pitch, inside, hit sharply down the third base line. This one's going to roll all the way out to the outfield. As rounding first, going to second is Young. Stand-up double begins the 8th. Brings up number 3 hitter Hill. As the rain starts to come down even harder.
Number 12, Ken Hill.
You can begin to start to see the effects it's starting to have on the field, and if it keeps up like this and the field is deemed unplayable, well, right now Georgia College is trying to score that run as quickly as possible.
They are.
First pitch going to be called for a ball. Last time we saw Ellis was back on April 3rd. In the 11-7 loss to Young Harris. Dealt an inning, struck out 1. Did not allow a run as the righty kicks and fires the inside pitch. That's going to be called for ball 2.
It looks like he's not giving those in the edge of the plate pitches on the batter's side. That can be extremely frustrating as a pitcher.
As you say that, Ellis gets an inside pitch for a strike. He must have heard you and wanted to prove you wrong.
Same exact spot. I don't know how you can go from a ball to a strike in one pitch.
2-1 pitch. This one sent for a drive, deep right field. This ball gone. And I said these Bobcats were looking to take the lead quickly, and that's as quick as you can get.
Mentioned last inning that Cam Hill had power, and he just showed it right there, drove one to right field. I don't even think the right fielder moved on that one. He just sat there and watched it fly over the fence.
Harold took a couple of steps back and then realized this is gone.
Now batting number 14, Neil Lindner.
Probably one of the worst feelings as an outfielder I have is when you take a couple steps back and you realize that ball is still climbing and there's nothing you can do about it.
So, Mendlinger, next up, first pitch he sees a high fastball. That'll be taken for ball 1. Inside pitch bounces off shin pads of Davis. The 1-1 pitch will be low for ball 2. Inside delivery, and that'll be ball 4.
This is not ideal start for Ellis.
Now batting number
Haven't even
22,
recorded
Greg
an out.
Bozar.
There are 4 batters in now. 2-run game. You do not want to let this grow anymore.
You can hear Coach Burke shouting instructions. 1 runner on, 2 in the box, trying to get the next 3, or perhaps get the runner out and then deal with the next 2. Last pitch in for a ball. Hard hit ball down the third base line, takes a left turn out of play. Runner still on first as Ellis deals the pitch. That will be in for a ball.
All over the place with his calls this inning. That's the same exact spot as the 2 pitches we saw earlier that warranted a ball and strike call on back-to-back pitches. And if you're Ellis, you I can understand getting frustrated with that one if it's not consistent.
Medlinger bolting for second, swing and a miss from Bellflower. Throw to second, won't be in time. Two count for Bellflower. Two pitch, breaking ball, going to be called for ball 3. Ellis taking his time. Not liking the signs, but gets a pitch he likes. Looks back at second and deals the 3-2 pitch. This one hit out to left center field. Going to drop roll all the way to the fence. Bellflower, stand-up double, brings home Medlinger. Another run comes home to score for Georgia College.
This has just gotten out of hand right now. Still have not recorded an out. Now it's a 3-run game. And with the way the weather's going, you don't even know if you're going to get a chance to bat.
Unfortunately for Lander,
Now batting number 24, Bailey.
not so fortunate for Georgia College. If that's the case, well, Bobcats take the game.
Yep.
I think the rain's actually stopped.
It has, but the dark clouds off to those left aren't giving me much hope.
Ellis gets a pitch in for a strike. Inside delivery, swing more, sends it foul down the first baseline.
And if you're Ellis, you just got to focus on the batter in front of you. Get one out at a time. Try to limit the damage. But you got to start with just one out.
Wynn picking up once again, inside pitch, sent for a rye, but it's sent foul out of play. Moore got out in front on that last delivery from Ellis.
It's like the rain's starting up again, too.
Oh, 2 pitch, high delivery. Moore leaves it alone. Count now 1-2. One-two pitch, Ellis. Breaking ball. Unable to get it in the strike zone. Count goes even 2-2. 2-2 pitch, hard hit ball, out to center. Ritchie comes in, slides, and makes the grab.
Great play by Ritchie. He's flashed the letter a couple times this series. Almost had a great catch earlier today. But great play by Ritchie, potentially saving a run. And like I said, you just got to start with one out at a time. And an out like that really helps things. And that's going to be the end of the line for Ellis.
We'll take a quick break. Let you know the new arm coming in for the Bearcats. Georgia College leads 10-7. Now in to pitch for the Bearcats, number 16, Carson Schlegel. Normally a starter for the Bearcats, but with this being the final game of the weekend series and Bearcats playing a midweek game at Wingate, might as well throw anything and everything into this conference game. Schlegel, 9 appearances, 7 starts. He's 3-2 on the season. So the righty looks back at second, fires the first pitch, swing and a miss from Chester. Count begins 0-1. 32 innings of work for Schlegel. So up 40 hits, 35 runs, 27 earned, walked 11, struck out 26. It's allowed 9 home runs, a 7.59 ERA. So he's trying to stop the bleeding. A breaking ball lifted out of play. And the count now 0-2.
I don't know if our viewers saw in between pitching changes, Jason Burke went out. The umpires were meeting, and Jason Burke went out to talk to them. I don't know if they were talking about that burst of rain that we just got while Schlegel was warming up, and talking about maybe if another one comes, they might have to pull the tarp.
Sky-high pop fly. Bradley Davis lifts the mask, but quickly puts it back on as he watches the ball sail out of play. Yeah, the rain coming down pretty hard as Schlegel was throwing his warm-up pitches on the mound, and then as soon as he seemed to be done with it, it slowed down. Don't think it stopped raining yet, but definitely not raining as hard as it was. Schlegel making 2 appearances in relief this season. He came in for an inning against Wingate. That will be a home-and-home series. Lander facing Wingate here at Dolny Stadium back on February 16th. He also came in for an inning in the Augustus series as well. As the rain holding up, 1-2 pitch. Ball gets away from Davis, and Bellflower goes to third.
Really didn't want to have that runner get to third with 1 out. Now a sacrifice fly can push this to a 4-run game.
Count still 1-2, which might prevent Chester from going swing happy. Has to really think about the type of pitch he wants to swing at. Schlegel gets a sign he likes from Davis. 1-2 pitch on the way. This one low, bounces off of Davis. Runner coming home, won't be a throw. And there's another run. Bellflower is going to reach on a pass ball. And the count is even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah. 2-2 pitch inside.
Awarding him the base on hit by pitch. And this nightmare inning continues for the Bearcat pitching staff.
And so another runner occupying a base for Georgia College.
You've just given up at this point. Well, if my team gives up, I gotta give up. Understand.
Terry, you mentioned kind of a nightmarish situation. That's just not a very good overall inning for the Bearcats. You start off with that double down the left field line.
Once again, the leadoff man getting on base.
You have the home run, then a walk, stolen base, and throw to first here. Runner slides back in safely. And just not much going right for the Bearcats when they needed to kind of put that Band-Aid on and move on to the next inning.
The only time a leadoff runner or a leadoff hitter for Georgia College has not gotten on base was to top the first. And you cannot keep doing that and getting away with it like Lander was earlier in the game. And now you start to see us coming back to haunt them with 8 runs in the last 3 innings given up by this pitching staff.
Rosini fouls the last pitch off. Count should be 0-2. We talked about this in the first game and a little bit in the beginning of the second game. Fortunately for the Bearcats, every game is valued in goal pretty much. You have to treat every game like it's your last if you are vying for that number 4 seed. As Grazzini swings and misses at the pitch. Out number 2.
Good pitch there by Schlegel.
And it's horrible to put yourself in that mindset.
Now batting number 7, Austin Holloway.
Especially with a conference game, you've won the series. That's great, but if you're trying to make a late push for that number 4 seed, you can't have 4 runs come in late in a game like this.
You can't be leading by 4 runs in a game, 7-3 at the midway point, and not score a run since the 4th inning and give up 8 since that point.
You mentioned not scoring since the 4th. hot start, good, consistent start. You had 3 runs come in the second and the third, and then the 1 run come in the fourth. Georgia College has held Lander in check, zeros filling up the scoreboard ever since. Low pitch from Schlegel, bounces off the chest protector of Davis. It rolls down the first baseline. Georgia College, on the other hand, they score a run in the third, consistently chiseling away. 2 runs in the fourth, stalemate in the fifth. Neither team able to score there, but 2 runs in the sixth, 2 in the seventh, and now here in the eighth, 4 runs come across, and it's now the Bobcats with an 11-7 lead. As Schlegel trying to get out of this inning.
And we're not trying to say this game is over. It's far from that. We've seen this Bearcat team battle back. They did it against Young Harris last weekend. They did it against UNC Pembroke a few weekends ago. But you just can't keep putting yourself in these situations where you have to battle back. You need to put these games away.
It's more of a situation where Lander should not be in this situation.
Yep.
Errant fastball, and that will be a walk. 2 aboard, 2 out, and top of the order, Gentry.
Now batting number 6, Cal Gentry.
If Gentry makes it on base, Georgia College will have batted around the lineup. As we started off this inning with Young doubling down the left field line. Schlegel, first pitch to Gentry. This one lifted out to deep right field, and you can say goodbye to that one.
And that's exactly what you can't have happen right there. You cannot have that happen. The daunting task just got a little harder. It is now a 7-run game after a 7 spot put up by Georgia College this inning.
And so, Bobcats might end the way they started with Young at the plate. That is, if you're a Bearcat fan, if you're a Bobcat fan, you're looking to see how far this thing can go. Schlegel's first pitch ricochets off the backstop. Count now, well, it starts at 1-0.
It just seems like Schlegel has not been able to find that control this outing right here. He's been all over the place. He's gotten a strikeout, and the pitch was good that earned him the strikeout. But it just seems like he hasn't been consistent with his placement.
Last pitch in the dirt for ball 2. Hard hit ball out to right field. It's going to drop in, rolling to the wall. Harold picks it up, but not before Young has a stand-up 2-out double.
And right now, these Georgia College hitters are just seeing beach balls. They are knocking the cover off the ball right now. Extra base hits all around. You got to get out of this inning right now if you're Schlegel. I was about to say, Jason Burke's coming out, and that's probably going to be the end of the line for him. The less than ideal outing for him. You wanted to see Schlegel get out of this inning, but instead he...
And that indeed, it is the end of the line for Schlegel as an official runs out to the pen of Lander to signal an arm is needed. We'll take a quick break and let you know the new arm coming in for Lander. 14-7 now your score for Georgia College.
Did I just see
New pitcher in the game for Lander, number 26, Ryan Flores, lefty graduate from Gardner, North Carolina.
And if you're Jason Burt, you tell him you have one objective, and that's get out of this inning. I don't care how you do it, pop up, ground out, strike out, a flute play, obstruction, or something like that. Get out of this inning.
Last pitch in for strike. Flores has made 4 appearances this season. He's pitched 2 2/3 innings. As the lefty has given up 7 hits, 9 runs, 7 earned, walking 6, striking out 3. ERA of 23.63. And Turner pretty much nailed on the head. Just get out of this inning. And last pitch in for a ball.
Can't be afraid to throw strikes here.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've kind of run out of the liberty of dancing around the strike zone. You just have to just attack. We'll see how much of that Flores does. As the lefty doesn't throw his pitch, Hill calls for time and steps out of the box. Now back in on the left side. Flores looking back at second, now deals the 1-1, a hard hit ball, goes foul down the third baseline. Seems as if the rain has stopped for the time being. One pitch. This one lifted out of play. Count moves to 1-2.
Good battle here by Hill. Fouled off a couple pitches. Swung at a couple of them were outside the zone and fouled them out opposite side. But good job staying alive right here.
Flores deals the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and that does it for the inning, but not before 7 runs come across for Georgia College. 14-7 your score in favor of the Bobcats. 8-9 one-hitters leading off for Lander. Ethan Wilder leading the charge.
You gotta start somewhere. Can't get on base here. You can't tie this game with one swing. You need several of them strung together.
Strugel still on the mound. As count is even 1-1. Since the 6th inning, it has been an 11-0 run for Georgia College. Strugel, next pitch, swing and a miss from Wilder. Count now 1-2. One-two pitch. Looked in for strike 3.
Those calls for some of us in the last couple of innings because same spot, couple times called the ball by the same umpire.
21, Bradley
Some
Davis.
key spots that could have resulted in strikeouts.
And the delayed reaction, I think, is what makes it even worse. That you have to think about, is that a strike? If you're unsure if it's a strike, it's not a strike.
Probably not a strike.
And that insult to injury, that last pitch looked like it was in the same location.
Just a little bit further outside, but yeah, same plane.
One 0 count as Davis tries to slap an inside pitch into play. He misses, even count of 1-1.
And see, the thing with the inconsistent zone, it hurts the batters for us too, because you don't know how to approach it. You're like, okay,
How far is the strike
how far is
zone?
the strike zone? Do I have to swing at this pitch? That's a strike.
Breaking ball inside, and I don't think Davis is quite happy with how that was called either.
That broke in. It was a good pitch.
Time being called, and Davis and the third base coach will talk things over. Richie next up for the Bearcats, where's number 3 with the black uniforms.
All of the production for Lander coming from that 3 through 6 spot. Actually, Fitch has a hit of his own, but Clinton's 1 for 2, Streeter 1 for 4, Harold 3 for 4, Wager 2 for 3. But Betts 0 for 1, Wilder 0 for 4, and Davis 0 for 1. That's strike 3 call right
Davis goes down looking, back-to-back strikeouts for Strugel. 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th.
Now batting center fielder number 3, Bo Ritchie.
Richie 0 for 4 today. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Oh, 1 pitch, swing, foul tipped into the mid of Holloway, and that is now an 0-2 count. Oh, 2 pitch, swing and a miss. 3 batters, 3 strikeouts for Strugel, and through 8. Andrews going to have some work to do in the bottom of the 9th. It's 14-7.
Your score.
Top.
Maybe a miracle can happen in the bottom of the ninth.
Seen stranger things happen in sports. Fastball cuts in. Count goes even, 1-1. Foul ball. Out of play down the third baseline. Flores gets a sign he likes. Kicks, fires, bouncing ball up the middle. Betts watches it go out to center field. Not much he could really do. Brings up Bellflower.
Now batting number 22, Brandon Bellflower.
2 for 3 with an RBI is Bellflower. Pitch is going to be taken for a strike. Appeal goes to the field umpire. Oh, 1 pitch, high above the zone. Count even 1-1. I'll be ball 2.
Can't keep painting around the zone here. Gotta be throwing strikes.
As daunting as that is, it needs to be done, unfortunately. We said this in the last inning. Landers run out of chances to sort of dart around the strike zone.
Also missed right there. That is the 8th leadoff hitter in a row to reach base for the Bobcats.
2-2 count after the last pitch from Flores. Swing and a miss. Bellflower lazily takes a hack at the outside delivery for out.
Got a little swing happy.
Number
on
1.
That. Got a little swing happy on that. Swung a pitch way outside
Now
the
batting
zone.
number 24, Balin Moore.
Might have been a mercy swing, to be honest. Balin Moore, 1 for 4, has an RBI. 1 down, 1 on as he digs in on the left side. Swing and a miss at the first pitch. Count starts 0-1. Flores, through 2/3 of an inning so far, has struck out 2. Lefty-lefty matchup. As looking over at first, now deals the 0-1 pitch. Another swing and a miss. Moore unable to connect on the fastball.
2, 3 in a row. Good pitches by Flores here. See if he can finally put him away and get 2 outs in the inning. Hopefully get Lander 1 step closer to batting. That wind is just howling out the center field right now.
0-2 pitch.
Oh my.
High above the zone. Count moves to 1-2. One-two pitch, swing and a miss. Strikeout number 3 on the game for Flores. Now 2 down, a runner still on first for Georgia College.
Let's take it one batter at a time. Right now, that runner really is kind of meaningless in the grand scheme of things.
Chester, 1 for 4, another Bobcat with an RBI. He's already struck out once so far today. First pitch, high fastball, left alone for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch drops in for a strike. Count goes even 1-1. It's funny, wind was absolutely just gusting little moments ago, and now it's relatively calm. 1-1 pitch in the dirt. Good job from Davis keeping in front of him. 2-1 now the count.
Just like the weather, in terms of rain, it really can't decide what it wants to do.
Flores kicks, fires, 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Deuce is wild, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Flores taking a quick look over at first. 2-2 pitch. Bouncing ball goes foul. Down the third baseline. Two pitch on the way. Bouncing ball once again. Fouled down the third baseline. Flores and Chester in a stalemate. Slight lead off of first for Mendlinger. Hard hit ball, left center field. Glanton makes the grab, and that will do it for the top of the ninth. Let's see if Lander can dig themselves out of a 7-run hole. Crazier things have been known to happen. 14-7 as we go to the bottom of the ninth. Bottom of the ninth. Let's see how this one rides out as Mike Fitchkin leading off. First pitch he gets inside. He swings and misses. Count starts 0-1.
It's a daunting task, but this is the right group you want to start with. It's the portion of the lineup that's been providing your offensive output all day. And you got large tasks and 7 runs, but you got to string together some hits to get started.
Breaking ball cuts across the strike zone. Fitchkin swings and misses. Count 0-2. And as things stand now, pending 7 or more runs, Strugel will pick up the win, and Ellis will be awarded the loss. And that's strike 3. Out number 1.
Lander hasn't had more than 2 hits in an inning all game long.
Now batting left fielder number 19, Rory Blanton.
Fitchkin clearly not happy, and to be honest, I don't think the entire bench is happy with how this game's been called. Rory Glandon next up. Glandon 1 for 2 today. First pitch he gets, check swing, bouncing towards the dugout of Lander. Count begins 0-1.
We're chirping at the umpire coming from the Lander bench.
0-1 pitch inside.
I think he went.
Peel goes down to first. They're going to say Glandon did not go around. Even count of 1-1 now. Strugel, 1-1 pitch. Drops in for strike 2. One-two pitch on the way. That one well off the plate. Count goes even at 2-2. Two pitch. Glanton gets a hold of it, sends it out to shallow center field for a 1-out single.
Second hit of the day, 2 for 3. Need a few more of those right now.
Now batting third base number 1, Mason Streeter.
See what Mason can do.
Streeter 1 for 4. Will dig in on the right side. Two strikeouts so far today. Looking to put something in play and move Glanton.
Middle infield, double play depth, trying to end this with one simple ground ball.
First pitch to Streeter, fastball. Thought about swinging, holds up. Still going to be called for a strike. Strugel 0-1 pitch. This one gets away. A wild pitch, and Glannon darts to second.
So infield probably going to move around just a little bit. Double plays out of the question. Traditional double play.
And that indeed, Young, the shortstop, goes back to a more traditional role, shading over a bit more to the left. And that goes for Gentry a little bit closer to the bag.
I would hold them on. It's only 1 run in this inning. It doesn't look like they are.
Now they're probably trying to focus more on if there's a ground ball. Outside pitch, and that's going to be strike 2. Kind of went back to the strike zone, sort of shifting a little bit there, and another borderline pitch.
Glanton and Gentry look like they're exchanging pleasantries, a couple smiles on their faces.
Bouncing ball goes foul towards the dugout of Georgia College, and I think it's kind of a little, not really a riddle, but something to kind of keep on the top of your head. If you're inconsistently consistent, are you inconsistent?
I don't know the answer to that, but it doesn't matter to this Lander team because it means that they've been called out multiple times when they don't think they should have.
Streeter gets a hold of one, sends it out to right field. Grazzini thought about calling off, but Gentry, the second baseman, makes the grab in shallow right field.
Streeter slammed the bat down in disgust after that. Not the outcome he obviously wanted, and now Lander's down to their last hope in Evan Harold.
3 for 4, 3 RBI, had the three-run home run earlier this game. First pitch to Harold. Low fastball is going to be called for ball 1. Strugel steps off the mound for a quick second. Count still 1-0. 2 down, and Rory Glanton on second. The pitch looked in for strike 1. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
Bearcats down to the last strike.
One-two pitch. Harold sends one out to center field.
Ball game.
And that will do it as Hill comes away with the grab. Bobcats take game 3, 14-7.
And the short-term things, this is a good series result, but when you have to win every single game, you really can't lose a game like this. And now you put yourself in a position where you have to go out the next 2 weekends and probably sweep in order to have any sort of hope of making the Peach Belt tournament.
And even then, nothing is guaranteed.
It's not in your hand. You're not in control of your own destiny.
Lander off to Wingate on Wednesday the 14th and back in PBC action with a road trip to Georgia Southwestern. This is Hunter Julius signing off for Turner Kirby. Thank you so much for tuning in for this doubleheader. Until next time, have a good night.
So long, everybody.